attentions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Ninja, are you feeling that heat? The pitch is alive, the boots are laced, and you already know this. Football no be just game, na lifestyle. While 11 players they hustle for the pitch, who they control the pressure? You, the fans, the ones shouting at the TV, the ones arguing for viewing center, the ones who never give up until final whistle. When that ball enter net, that one no be ordinary goal. Now the 12th player don't strike. And right now, we know the sideline. No chance. With Betano, you know just they watch the match. You they play the game. For house, for office, for road, for bar. Anywhere you dey inside action. So what do you they wait for? No let the 11 players chop all the fun. Register now on betano.ng. Collect your bonus. Join the movement. Stand up as the 12th player. When we play together, the game changes. Strictly for 18 years and above. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
360 Sports.
It's been confirmed that Nigeria's campaign at the 35th edition of the Africa Cup of Nations is worth a guaranteed $2.5 million, and that's about 3.6 billion naira in prize money, following their third place finish at the tournament. This comes after the Super Eagles ended the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations as the third best team after beating the Pharaohs of Egypt in the third place match on Saturday via penalty shootout. The prize money is part of the revised and significantly increased financial rewards announced by the Confederation of African Football CAF for the 2025 edition of the competition. Under the new structure, third place is worth $2.5 million, while fourth place earns $1.3 million. And still talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria at the Africa Cup of Nations, especially aftermath of the competition, the Nigeria Football Federation President Ibrahim Guzo has given more insight as it concerns the contract and future of the Super Eagles coach Eric Shell. The Malian coach signed a 2-year contract with an option for an additional year in January 2025. The Super Eagles' impressive showing at the 2025 AFCON has caused many to demand for a long-term contract for the 48-year-old coach, who has also attracted interest across Africa. We understand that the likes of Angola, Gabon, who have some oil money, are looking in the direction of the Malian coach. Gusso has now said that the NFL will sit on the table 6 months to the expiration of his contract to chart the way forward. Gusso said, and I quote, "There will be no contract extension discussion with Eric Shell, the Super Eagles coach, for now. We signed a 2-year deal with him in January 2025. He's only halfway through his contract. In the last 6 months of his current deal, we can start to look at things." End of quotes. Lastly, on the Super Eagles, let's tell you that former Manchester City midfielder Yaya Toure has described Nigeria's Super Eagles as the most impressive side at the just concluded Africa Cup of Nations, praising their attacking football and overall performances despite their semi-final exit. Nigeria enjoyed an outstanding campaign at the tournament, scoring 14 goals and conceding just 4 in 7 matches, kept 4 straight clean sheets in the last 4 matches in regulation time. Yaya Toure said, and I quote, "The most impressive for me, in my opinion, was Nigeria. The football they played, the goals they scored, and the team shone because the 2 best African players are on their team. I was impressed with Nigeria. Nigeria played very good football, and of course, when you look at the statistics, they score goals more than usual. They scored plenty goals." Moving on, this news is about the former captain of the Super Eagles, William Truss Ekong, who retired from international football almost at the start of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. We understand that Qatar Stars League side Al Ahly Sport Club have officially announced the signing of the former Super Eagles captain William Truss Ekong from Saudi Pro League club Al Khulud. The club confirmed the deal on Tuesday, welcoming the experienced defender with the message, and I quote, "He's here, he's ready. Welcome to the club, William. Let's make history together. End of quote. The 32-year-old Nigerian centre-back has signed a contract that will keep him at the club, Al Akli Sport Club of Qatar, until June 2028. And still talking about Nigerian players moving, Premier League side Leeds United have completed the signing of highly rated Nigerian defender Leonard Ngenge from Nigeria Premier Football League side champions Remo Stars. The 18-year-old centre-back has signed a deal that will keep him at Elland Road until the end of the 2026-2027 season and will initially link up with the club's academy setup. On the international stage, Ngenge represented Nigeria for the Super Eagles B side featuring in the African Nations Championship CHAN in August 2025. He admitted the experience played a key role in his development. All right, we need to go on a break, but before we do that, let's quickly take other sport in badminton. World number 2 and Paris Paralympics bronze medalist Eniola Bolaji successfully defended her title, winning gold at the 2026 Para Badminton International in Cairo, Egypt. With this win, Bolaji reinforces her status as one of the top para badminton African stars. The driver who was driving Anthony Joshua when their car crashed, killing 2 of the boxer's friends, has appeared in court in Nigeria. Adeni Kayode was previously charged with 4 crimes, including death by dangerous driving. Joshua's personal trainer, Lateef Ayodele, and strength coach, Shino Gami, died on December 29 after their vehicle collided with a stationary lorry near Lagos. Kayode arrived at the Shagamu Magistrate Court in Ogun State on Tuesday, but the case was adjourned until February 25 after the prosecutor was granted more time to gain legal advice. Kayode was previously released from custody after being granted bail of 5 million naira. Kayode has been charged with causing death by dangerous driving, reckless and negligent driving, driving without due care, and driving without a valid driver's license. World Boxing Council President Mauricio Sulaiman has reiterated that Deontay Wilder is welcome to challenge for Alexander Usyk's WBC title amid speculation about a fight announcement. Usyk is reportedly set to defend his WBC, IBF and WBA heavyweight belt against Wilder in his first title defense since he stopped Daniel Dubois at Wembley in July. And the Ukrainian boxer Usyk has confirmed that he wants to face Wilder in the USA in his first bout in America since 2019 and believes the fight would strengthen his legacy. And in basketball, Golden State Warriors forward Jimmy Butler will miss the rest of the season after tearing the anterior cruciate ligament in his right knee. The 36-year-old sustained the injury in the third quarter of the Warriors' 135-112 win over the Miami Heat on Tuesday morning. Still on basketball news coming from the NBA, New York Knicks captain Jalen Brunson called a players-only meeting after New York was blown out at home by the Dallas Mavericks on Tuesday morning. Brunson's message to teammates after their 9th loss in 11 matches, according to multiple sources, was that the Knicks needed to find answers for their poor play in January among themselves rather than look to the coaching staff for solutions. And lastly, in other sport, Norway's Casper Ruud says he probably will leave the Australian Open if his wife goes into labor during the competition down under in Melbourne. Maria is heavily pregnant with their first child, a daughter.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12-player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
360 Sports.
Welcome back from that break. Let's take you straight into the UEFA Champions League. And we saw some shocking results last night as the UEFA Champions League returned for the very first time this year for the 2025-2026 season. Champions League title holders Paris Saint-Germain lost 2-1 at Sporting Lisbon on Tuesday to jeopardize their chances of a top 8 finish and direct qualification for the round of 16. Luis Suarez scored twice for Sporting in the second half, sealing victory with a 90th minute header after substitute Kricha Kvaratskhelia had equalized for PSG. And following victories for Real Madrid and Tottenham Hotspur, we'll get to that in a bit. PSG with 13 points have dropped to 5th place provisionally before Wednesday's matches, closely followed by Sporting. In Norway, Manchester City suffered a humiliating 3-1 defeat against Bodo Glimt, causing one of the biggest shocks in Champions League history. Pep Guardiola's side were blown away by Kasper Høeg's first half brace and a second half strike from Jens Peter Høeg at the ecstatic Stadion Amsmira. Ryan Cherki got one back moments after Bodo Glimt's second goal, but Rodri's dismissal for 2 bookings left City in tatters as Bodo Glimt celebrated their first ever win in the Champions League group phase. Arsenal continues to be unblemished this season in the UEFA Champions League after securing a top 2 finish in this season's UEFA Champions League after beating Inter 3-1 at the San Siro on Tuesday night. This extends their perfect record to 7 wins from 7 in the competition. Kylian Mbappe struck twice against his former side Monaco as Real Madrid romped to an emphatic 6-1 Champions League victory on Tuesday to ease tensions around the club. So let's bring you the comprehensive result from Tuesday's UEFA Champions League. Kairat Almaty lost 1-4 at home to Belgian side Club Brugge. Bodo Glimt beat 10-man Manchester City 3-1. SC Copenhagen also saw red but played 1-1 at home against Napoli. Inter lost 1-3 at home at the San Siro to Arsenal. Olympiacos defeated Bayer Leverkusen 2-0. Real Madrid 6, Monaco 1, Sporting 2, PSG 1. Tottenham defeated 10-man Dortmund by 2-0. And Villarreal lost at home 1-2 to Dutch side Ajax Amsterdam. Action continues tonight. Early kickoff games will see Galatasaray welcome Atletico Madrid in Istanbul. Karabakh welcome German side Eintracht Frankfurt. And then we have 7 other matches starting 9 p.m. Nigerian time. Atalanta take on Athletic Bilbao. Bayern Munich against Real Union Saint-Gilloise. Chelsea take on Pafos. Juventus welcome Benfica. Liverpool play at Marseille. Newcastle United take on PSV. And Slavia Prague welcome Spain's Barcelona.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Nigeria under the fielder heat. The pitch they alive. They don't already tie boot. You might already know this one. Football no be just game o, na lifestyle. As 11 players they hustle on top pitch, who they control the pressure. You, where be the fans? The ones where they shout for TV, the ones where they argue for viewing center, the ones where they ever give up until final whistle. When that ball enter net, that one no be ordinary goal. Now the 12th player don't strike so. And as it be now, we know the sideline no chance. With Betano, you know just to watch the match. You they play the game for house, for office, for road, for bar, anywhere you dey inside action. So what you they wait for? No let the 11 players chop all the fun. Register now on top of betano.ng. Collect your bonus. Join the movement. Stand up as the 12th player. Because when we play together, the game they change. This one now for only 18 years and above. Make you bet responsibly, oh.
And that's how much we have for you on today's edition of Betano 360 Sports. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Kufre Ekpe, the CCC on the MIC. Special thanks to our sponsors, Betano. Have a fantastic midweek. Waza.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389-2850. Now, for more information.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
95.1 FM, Board Hardcore.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Back from that break, we'll continue. We read stories to you this morning from Daily Post, The Cable, Tribune. We're reading stories now from Daily Trust, but we also read, Guardian. We read stories from Daily Trust, a Vanguard newspaper. So now we're reading stories from The Guardian. So when I'm done, I'll just call out the headlines, okay? Because we brought you a number of stories today, so I'll just call out the headlines and then we'll move on. So continuing from the Guardian newspaper, court orders INEC to recognize published David Mark's list for FCT Council's election. Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Tuesday ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to recognize and publish names of candidates forwarded to it by the National Chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Senator David Mark, in respect of the February 21 Area Council's election in the Federal Capital Territory FCT. Umar issued the order while delivering judgment in a suit filed by 17 candidates of the ADC, challenging the refusal of INEC to give them electronic access to enable them contest for elective positions for the forthcoming Area Council's election. In delivering judgment in the suit marked Federal High Court Abuja Discharge, Justice Umar held that the evidence provided by the plaintiffs was credible enough for him to attach a more probative value, adding that the plaintiffs also proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt to earn the relief sought in their originating summons. He subsequently issued an order directing INEC to recognize and publish the names of the plaintiffs as candidates of the ADC for the various positions contested by the plaintiffs in the ADC substitution primary election preparatory to the 2026 FCT Area Council elections. That's the much from that story. The election is set for February 21. And so lastly, the Punch newspaper, this is our final story. It's a bit of a bizarre story, but let's read it. Police arrest lawyer over masquerade shooting in Rivers State. The Rivers State Police Command has arrested a lawyer following a shooting during a masquerade display in Omok, Ogba Egbewa Indoni local government area, which left one person dead and 8 others injured. Spokesperson of the State Police Command, Chief Superintendent of Police CSP Grace Ringekoko, said the incident occurred on Monday when some youth carrying out a masquerade display clashed with the lawyer identified as Barrister Akbudi Ikechukwu and officials of the Nigeria Forest Guards. The altercation escalated and resulted in a shooting and casualties, Ringekoko said in a statement issued in Port Harcourt yesterday, adding that aside from the lawyer, 2 others linked to the incident have been arrested and the trio currently in police custody. The Rivers State Police Command has commenced an investigation into a shooting incident that occurred in the early hours of Monday, January 19, 2026, along the Sambo Street, Omok, which resulted in 1 fatality and multiple injuries. At about 7 hours at 7 a.m., a report was received at the Omok Police Division through credible sources, stating that at about 1:30 hours, while some youth were masquerading along Sambo Street, a confrontation occurred involving one barrister, Akbudi Ikechukwu, and 4 personnel of the Nigeria Forest Guard Security Service. During the incident, 9 members of the masquerade group sustained gunshot injuries. One of the victims, identified as Obulu, was confirmed dead at the hospital in Omok, while 8 others are currently receiving medical treatment at the same facility. Following the incident, Barrister Akbudi Ikechukwu and 2 other suspects were promptly arrested and transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for detailed investigation. CSP Ringekoko said preliminary investigations are ongoing to determine the circumstances and the level of culpability of all the parties involved. So who shot who? And it's like that story of the police officer that killed his colleague, all right, allegedly killed his colleague and left another one almost fatally injured. He's fighting for his life, right? Okay, injured, not fatally injured. Injured. They didn't tell us what caused it, what led to the shooting, who tried who, and who no try who before the other person decided to pull out the whatever they used to shoot. It was never mentioned. Get what I mean? Similar thing is happening here, but maybe we should just wait and see what the police would update us with when it's time. So those are the stories for review this morning. I told you a number of them, so let me just call out some of the headlines. Police arrest lawyer over masquerade shooting in Rivers. From the Punch newspaper, we brought you this story. Guardian, court orders INEC to recognize and publish David Mark's list for FCT Council's election. That's another story this morning. Also, visa restrictions. Nigeria should assert its position, not beg. Fashola. Also from the Guardian newspaper, we brought you that story this morning. And then moving on from there to Daily Trust, ex-Kano deputy governor says Islamic principles can solve Nigeria's challenges. All right, that story from Daily Trust. Also from Daily Trust, Emir Sanusi enrolls as undergraduate at Kano University. Wow, I like it. And then still from Daily Trust, Finance Minister, we're hoping to rely less on borrowing. For 2020, that will be 2027 budget, really. Yeah. Daily Trust brought us that story. And then to Vanguard newspaper, ADC will bleed. Members will walk out if Atiku wins ticket. Baba Ahmed speaking there, former spokesperson of the Northern Elders Forum. Yes, I think I got that correct. Okay, so you have that from ADC, or from Vanguard newspaper. And then see from the Vanguard, names of 177 abducted worshippers revealed. Well, now that it's been confirmed, the effort has now shifted to rescuing them. And it should happen quickly. Oh, Chief, she looks so bright this morning. If Chief is listening to me, he will understand what I'm saying, and he'll be shaking his head right now. She looks really bright this morning, Chief. Enough said. Let's move on. Anthony Joshua's family questions if driver's trial over crash was worth it or is worth it. Okay, still from the Vanguard newspaper, we brought you this story. And then the Cable, Richard Mills exits Nigeria after Trump recalls U.S. envoys. So this is the only story today from the Cable. And then to Tribune, our presidential ticket open to all Southern Nigerians. PDP. Okay. Tribune newspaper brought us this story. And then from Tribune still, police makes U-turn, confirm abduction of Christian worshippers in Kaduna State. So now they have confirmed it. After the initial denial, the police said they don't have information confirming that such a thing had happened in Kaduna. Yeah, that's what the police had said. So now is the U-turn. And then ADC, stop attacking Obi, stop attacking me. Atiku's warning, all right, to supporters of the party. All right, that came from Daily Post. Still from Daily Post, court dismisses Ironwood's suit on PDP National Secretary position. That came from Daily Post. And also from Daily Post, 5 soldiers, policeman killed as troops foil terrorist attack in Zamfara State. So those are the stories we brought your way this morning. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll get into our discussions. It's Today 95.1. Stay right here.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala dey
Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, you dey japa, you say this one, no worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to take make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. I no go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God, Ike Machuku, and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say, woman dey chop our recharge card, woto. I don dey tell una say, this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Port Harcourt City, get ready to experience an unusual move of God as Reach for Christ presents Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade, featuring salvation, deliverance, healing, miracles, and lots more. Ministering Pastor E.A. Adeboye, General Overseer, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor K.K. Ndukwe, Pastor Sojioni, Reverend Minaibi, Dagogo Jack, and other anointed men of God. Ministering in songs, Shema Jesus, Mr. L.L. Revelation, Prince Emmanuel, and other anointed ministers. Date 21st January 2026. Time 3 p.m. Venue River State University Football Field besides Convocation Arena, Mpolo Milesway, Diobu, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't be left out. It's your day of visitation. Jesus is Lord forever.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here. Africa.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, thank you all for staying with us. It's 8:34 a.m., so we'll get into the issues this morning. I think it was yesterday when one of our guests, Jamala, had mentioned what was viral, all right? Claiming that INEC had announced date for the elections in 2027. Well, INEC released a statement. In fact, they tagged it fake news. A false article titled "Breaking INEC Releases Timetable for 2027 General Election" is circulating online. INEC hereby states unequivocally that this information is not authentic and should be disregarded in its entirety. The Commission has not released any official timetable, schedule of activities, or dates for the 2027 general election. Any document or report claiming otherwise is fabricated. The details in this article, this false article, including specific election dates, campaign periods, and party primary windows, are entirely speculative and without any official basis. They do not represent the plans or position of INEC. So that's INEC refutal there on that viral report of a date for the 2027 election. Let's get into the issues. We have plenty of things, but we can't talk about all the things. In fact, many of them. We'll just talk about a few. Dr. C.H. Chinwon is here. He's a legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Doctor, good morning. Welcome,
sir. Good morning, Kelly. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Rivers people and all listening.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst, joins us as well. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Let me take first your assessment of what happened yesterday. Olubumitunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, paid an unannounced, unscheduled visit to one of the passport offices in Abuja. And whatever he said, we didn't have a lot of people. I imagine 3 years ago you would have seen a sea of people there waiting, but this time there were just a few. But he still wasn't pleased that those persons were waiting for as long as they had waited. Is that a good thing?
It is good, well, at least when we see a minister who is trying to catch up with our better past, not talking about the idealistic future now, our better past, we commend him. I think Ojo has done a great deal. Because normally, these are not places that you should wait, especially when we are now doing computer. Bill Gates wrote a book says business at the speed of thought. It says that computer is perverse in Nigeria. Otherwise, that's what it's supposed to be. E-registration, e-filling of forms, this. People shouldn't stay there for more than, say, 30 minutes to process the final signing or capturing.
No, they say it takes each person 4 minutes.
I know what I'm saying. So when you look at it, so why do you see people keen and not? The reason is actually it's not that maybe facilities are not there. Government should try and refocus on attitude. Club 401 recently published a book entitled A to Z of Code of Conduct for Christians in Public Service. Attitude is a major problem. Because even without some of these equipment, in those days, as I say, we're trying to catch up with our past, these things were more efficiently done than today when everybody has computer. But you see, somebody has to sit behind the console and be able to do it. But if you're not doing, if you like, speak all the grammar. So I also thank God that we have a minister who can stand up and go to the site. Because we have been having this armchair ministers for a whole long time. So if you tell them there's a problem in the ministry, you go and ask the PAMSEC will ask the director, the director will ask the very person who is causing the problem, there's no problem, everything is excellent. They now report back again. Okay, this person says it's okay, this person is okay. So the minister is confused. So it's good having people who rise, governors, presidents, should once in a while get to the site.
See for themselves.
See for themselves. And that is how things were, and that's how it should be. When we talk about education, we used to have inspectors of education who would visit schools unannounced.
Wow. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think it depends on what they want, the authorities want. Do they want people to be maybe staying there? A lot of them. People will stay there. They don't want people, so the few will now make sense to say, thank God that they are very few. Now, but as for the Minister Ojo, I think he is doing his work very seriously. And then his visit unannounced is also a hallmark of somebody that is serious. So as to assess firsthand what is actually going on there. And like he met a few, I think it's a good one, because my mind is that people shouldn't be laboring themselves there, being everywhere. Ordinarily, it can be applied online and all that, everything assessed online. Perhaps if there are a little few aspect of it that you can maybe visit physically, that's what will take you there. So what's the essence of people still being there? So for me, like I said, it depends on what the authorities want. Which one do we think they want?
Okay. But there's been a lot of progress with passport processing under Ojo. We have to give him credit for that. There's been significant progress with passport processing. what could take 3 months in what they call then express. 3 months. Now they say 2 weeks, you can get it.
Okay.
When I had to renew mine, it took me about a month. In fact, that 1 month, I was like, oh, wow. 1 month, I got it straight. And it was way less difficult than it used to be. Filled everything online. Went there for capturing. Even though at some point we had to still tip somebody because they said, oh,
you can now hear why I put that clause.
So, somebody, but Ojo said he's trying to eliminate all of those things. Anything that would make us come in contact with any official, they're trying to eliminate it. So all you need to do is get online, make your payments online, put in your details and all of those things. And when it's time, they're even working on delivering the passports to you. So maybe we're not there yet, but there's a significant.
All of us who are moving.
Oh, there's a significant difference, progress. I mean, in terms of passport processing. Atiku yesterday was responding to, how supporters can. A lot of persons will be talking about Atiku now in the ADC. In fact, the word is Atiku in the ADC. They believe that he's the most likely person to win the presidential ticket of the ADC. Even Mr. Ndiko may be thinking it right now in his heart, that there's not that person than Atiku in the ADC to win the ticket. So some of these things will turn to verbal spats on social media. So there are some supporters of Obi calls out supporters of Atiku for insulting Obi on social media. Meanwhile, some of the supporters of Obi will be insulting Atiku on social media. Atiku comes out as the elder and he says, this doesn't help us. Fighting ourselves on social media doesn't help us. You're actually playing the game in favor of your opponent. Wise statement?
Absolutely wise. I mean, that's what people would have asked them before now. Are there no elders in this house? So that is what an elder would do. You don't see children gouging at each other. And it doesn't matter what they claim they are fighting for. And you allow them to continue, which is what we have been suffering. Why some people are blaming, we are blaming the president for situation in Rivers State or some other parts of the country. People expect that you will arise and bring calm to a situation. So if you have political supporters who claim to be supporting you, but they are fueling the situation, I think you will be able to speak to them as a leader. That's one of the things that some of us and some people who maybe follow Fubara will comment, when he could even go to a church and say, if you are doing this for me, it is not in my interest. Stop it. These are the kind of things we expect of leaders. Okay. You understand? So even if, because all those people who are coming, those whether supporters of Atiku or they don't even know each other. The only one they know is that you support Obi, I support Atiku. And then in the name of Atiku, you didn't want Atiku will not do to Obi, and you didn't want Obi will not do to Atiku. It's not wise. So as Atiku did, let Obi also do. I know in those heydays of obedient movement, very many times Obi had to even apologize.
My God.
When Wole Soyinka stated his own problem, he had to even apologize to please, it is not in our character.
My God.
I know this has happened, Kelly, I said, because we have not taken education, instruction, prior education in things we do as very important aspect of public participation in public sphere. If you want to start a movement, for instance, he set them the standard. There was somebody creating a WhatsApp platform, and he said, this is the rules of this platform. So those who come into it can be able to can manage themselves and their behaviors. So if you are raising a political group, and that group, you want them to behave in a particular way, just like a man said, if you want it, if the leaders want, if the government wants, so if you want, say, please, this is the way, the standard I want. If that will cost me the aspiration, no problem. But if it doesn't, we will become better. This is what we want. So what Atiku did is what a wise and elder should do. So I think it's a commendable thing.
Mr. Ndukwe, you think he was just being political?
No, political or not, there are those that will be elderly, and of course, being also political, they will even want to tear anybody they can meet that was abusing him. So I think did something that is commendable as far as we humans could see. Simple. Because why do I say so? You know, there's a parable that an elder will not be at home and goat will be delivered tied to a stake.
I'm just hearing the adage.
Well, I'm not making it for you
this particular one now.
I think we should be writing them down.
No, they're not even, they're not culturally relevant for me. So I just listen to them.
So forget it. But at least listeners have heard me.
Yes.
See, Kelly, it's not that if an elder stayed there and then looks away from that goat, the goat, why is it that it's commendable that an elder will not be there? The elder must make sure it goes and lose the goat. Because childbearing or childbirth, child delivery is a struggle. Both humans and animals. Every living thing. And so it's not something...
Well, you can lose the goat and the goat runs now.
You see, at that particular moment, whether it runs or not, it has the freedom to deliver freely.
So it doesn't matter if the goat runs.
It doesn't matter because eventually the owner will see it. It won't go far. It won't go far.
How certain are you that the goat will not go far?
The situation
a goat is a goat.
The goat finds itself.
A goat is a goat.
Kelly, let me tell you also. Meaning now bringing it to what Atiku did.
Okay, not another adage.
Bringing it to what Atiku did.
Okay.
There's nothing that will happen to Atiku if he hears that. His charges are those people that are insulting him and then also insult them back. But he has decided as an elderly person, let me try to quell this, even if it's on the surface. That's what an elder that recognizes his position should do. I think he did well.
He did well, eh?
Yes.
Well, speaking of Atiku and Obi in ADC, Baba Ahmed, former spokesperson of the Northern Elders Forum, was on TV yesterday, and he said the presidential ticket may be the end of the ADC. I fear that may happen. That's where the concern swirls around. But he said something striking, which I think we've not seen with Obi. He says Obi doesn't like open contest when it comes to primaries. He prefers a consensus kind of arrangement. Is it likely, Dr. Chimo? Is it likely? Or perhaps it's just too soon to make such an assessment of Obi's trajectory?
From my experience, little experience albeit, of Nigerian politics, and my understanding of who Obi is, I agree with Baba Ahmed. See, Kelly, the Nigerian politician, follower or leader doesn't believe in, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, this is who I am, this is who I am. We are looking for the interest of Nigeria. Okay. And therefore decide to follow you or vote for you. Okay. No. Everybody's idea is that if I'm a delegate, this is the price of my votes. And I don't think, from what I've known of Obi, that Obi will be willing to give sheshe, as you used to say. So if you're not going to give sheshe in Nigeria, even those following you, that's what happened to Ekweme, even those following you may leave you. It can embarrass you. It doesn't matter the idea they are propagating. You even wrote it down and signed and said, look, Nigerians our goals were sunken so low that they are even going to turn against you. The thing is, how much is he bringing? Atiku matches them dollar for dollar, if not $10 for $1. So that is why Obi may not like, which is why he left PDP aspiration last time. That's why he may not like, what is it called? An open primaries. It's not because he doesn't believe he can win, but Obi's politics today, quite in a way positive but negative, for Nigeria, is rather too idealistic for the Nigeria we have today. But that's where we should be going to if we are a serious country. I have seen it in my own little attempts to contest election. The people you are fighting for, the people you have put things that say, I'm going to do this for your interest. You know, they say, we know it's good. 2003, I was trying to run for election, the local government election, the party I was. Somebody met me in the house. Say, Chiwo, we know you have heard about you. We know that if you win this election, you will sweep the local government clean. But you see, he now touched his tummy. This is the main thing. How are you going to take care of us? And unfortunately, that is it. They are not all your idealism and all, they know, Nigerians know, those who are contesting with you know. So that's why those who have now known that this is who Nigerians are have made it a policy They don't joke with it. They are ready. If they have state funds, they will spend it all to get what they are looking for. If they have their own, they spend it all to get because they know that Nigerians don't value values.
But it was the same Nigerians that gave him the amount of votes he got during the election.
It wasn't the primary.
Is it different?
Yes, it's different. Definitely now.
Primary. It's different.
It's different.
But it's the same. No, it's not the same. The same Nigerians.
Let me tell you about the same Nigerians. Nigerians want, like I said, they know what is good. They want it, but they are not ready to pay the price. And the price may be don't take anything. At the primary level, the discipline is don't take anything. Now look at all the people who voted for Obi. When he had them saying people were saying Obi has no structure. The structure is that structure of people who are compromisable. Well, most of them were people who vote as they vote, they go home, believing that the election is what it should be. They finish voting, they go home. They didn't go to Obiabo local government to count votes. I went as far as the gate and saw soldiers making sure that if you are not of a particular party, you won't enter. You get what I mean now? But all of us have voted in my place and counted Obi, LP. But by the time we are going to Obiabo local government gate, they look at you and say, don't get in here. Soldiers, those are the structures. You get there, I led a team in the election tribunal. You get there, you see mutilated, I have copies in my office now. You see mutilated results by INEC official. That's the structure I'm talking about. Now, those who voted for Obi were those who voted after shouting LP, we went back home. Those who followed because of their position up to the gate were those who are not ready to, I was not ready, I wouldn't have been ready to give any policeman or soldier money. There are some people who, if they even got to the place they're collecting votes, are not ready to enter into any bargain with any INEC official to turn results over or to give him money to be able to keep the result as it is. These are the challenges we have. It is more in primaries where there are few people to choose. And quite unfortunately, they are dealing with those who are called quote unquote professional politicians. They tell you, we are not doing it. See, this is what we live for. This you are a lawyer. After that, you go to court. This is what we live for. They are celebrating being made delegates.
So this then makes it plausible the push for a consensus to be reached.
Yeah, that is where
before the primaries in the ADC.
That is where people like Obi or where Obi can emerge consensus. Because even if it's in Anambra State, Obi goes with the delegates from Anambra State. By the time half of them see another candidate trying to give money, half will leave him.
If not all.
If not all.
So you agree with Baba Ahmed?
Absolutely. The man said he analyzed it right. I know Baba Ahmed, I think he's a political scientist. He also he has been involved. So he knows what he analyzed was correct.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, unfortunately, that's unfortunately for whoever will agree with Baba Ahmed. I disagree, because even if you go by consensus, Obi will not capture that particular candidacy.
In ADC?
Yes. Kelly, Nigerian politics is money politics, A to Z of it. There's no way Atiku will be there, Obi will capture that. I have said this severally. That doesn't mean it won't happen, because remember, I am a human. A male human at that, it means that certain things I say also could falter along the road. But I am telling you, if we are to observe what has been happening in political circles, you know that once there's primaries, those people that are delegates will become millionaires, if not billionaires.
No, it's their way
overnight.
Of making money now. That's the time to make money.
Thank you very much. And then you tell me Atiku will bring out dollars. Then Obi maybe bring. Because if we go by don't give shishi, that means he will not. And he's thinking about his credentials. No. Kelly, this is not a country of being somebody saying, you see, I am honest. Honesty is not the best policy in Nigeria. Nigerian politics, no. What they want is somebody, but do you blame them? It is only a man that failed last night and is healthy to wake up from bed today that could come for the primary venue or any other place. That is simple, the truth. But if you are there because you can't stand up because your belly and all the worms, as it were, are biting you, you won't be in that venue now where you can vote. You will not be there. Not to talk of others who may have their reason for avoiding the voting place. But we are talking about, yes, you are a politician, you've gone there, but you don't have money to eat. You will not be there, Kelly. But Obi now comes in and then looks at you and says, yes, I understand you will not be there because we don't give you money, but I still adopt this principle of not giving shishi. Then he leaves you, and Atiku, his agent, just comes, okay, take this $20. You call your son or your daughter and say, buy this thing, buy this thing. Before 10 minutes, you are through. You are at that venue. Tell me, who will vote for him? So the thing is that if you remember when Obi defected to ADC, I said, you see, why is he making this mistake? I think all of us in the studio, I was the only person who said differently, and every other person was looking at me as if I don't know what I was talking. I stood my ground. I said, yes. What I'm saying right now is you hear former Kaduna State Governor El-Rufai talk. You hear Rotimi Amechi talk. You hear all of them talk. They are talking when the issue has not matured. Who will fly their flag? That's what I said, and that's the problem. And if you come for consensus, they will also be bought over. It's the power of money. Will Obi give out anything if he has it? Because even if he has it, when he comes and he looks at Atiku's face, it's all over. Because the dollars will show on his face and he doesn't have it. It's just like you bring Obi now. He stands and I look at his face. There will be no dollar in my face. Even Naira, there won't be anyone on my own face. But the dollars, as much as he can, will appear on his face. So I will cover. Simple. That is Nigerian politics.
But you don't think that under normal circumstances, let's assume that Obi was in another political party.
Yes.
Right? Would he be open to open contest and not consensus arrangement?
Yes, because naturally it must be open to open contest. Because it belongs to another party. Atiku belongs to another
No,
one.
I mean, if he was another political party for the primaries,
yes,
to what Ahmed said, for you say even a consensus, he will not win it.
He will not.
That's in ADC. Because of the weight of Atiku and maybe the others,
yes.
Amechi and any other person that decides that they want to contest. But
no, not others.
To me, it's not because of the weight of it. It's because of the people who will who participate in the primary or the consensus decision.
So if it was another party that didn't have the likes of Atiku,
see, Obi is a good material for appointments. Appointment. Obi is a good material for where there is power, like Ojukwu had to say, come, be the candidate of my party. Abga. Obi is a good material for, of course, a presidential candidate says, like he told him in 2019, come and be my vice. But the way it is today in primaries in Nigeria, Obi, I try to pattern my life in the little places I have opportunity, like Obio, and therefore I'm talking from experience. See, I told you that recently I contested for chairman of town council of my community. One young man that I know have impacted his life so I was telling somebody else he didn't want to bring money for us to chop in when we win the election. When I had it,
that's Nigerian politics.
This is what I if there are others that maybe haven't been. This one I have been close to him and impacted his life one way or the other. But he could say that if no one bring money, no go chop.
So Obi knows this reality.
No, he knows it.
But he knows it.
That's why he was saying we don't give shishi. And the majority of Nigerians know that, wish that. But see, they also know that where it matters most, shishi must come or leave.
So that being the case, his chances of emerging as candidate of the ADC very slim.
Labour, ADC.
I don't know what you are.
Any Nigerian political party, if you want to do primary.
Kelly, when you are saying slim, it's not even slim. It's not going to emerge.
The news update.
We're back.
Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Human rights lawyer and activist Deji Adeoju has warned that forgiving terrorists and bandits is contrary to the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, cautioning that ongoing negotiations and concessions to criminal groups pose a grave threat to Nigeria's national security. In a statement, Adeoju described the government's approach as alien to any serious state, arguing that dialogue, payments, forgiveness, and appeasement of bandits and terrorists amounts to indirect financing of terrorism. According to him, such actions weaken the authority of the state and undermine the rule of law. Adeoju insisted that terrorists are not capable of genuine repentance, stressing that banditry is not a misunderstanding that can be resolved through negotiations. He also criticized some state governments for engaging criminals in negotiations in a bid to restore what he described as fragile peace, noted that such efforts only embolden criminal elements, warning that forgiving terrorists sets a dangerous precedent and sends the wrong signal to the society. Abia State government has issued a 4-week ultimatum to landlords in Umuahia, the state capital, to renovate buildings in need of facelifts or routine maintenance, warning that defaulters will face sanctions. The directive was announced by the Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, during the weekly State Executive Council press briefing at the Government House, Umuahia. Kanu said the government has observed with dismay that many buildings in the capital has been left without maintenance for years, describing them as eyesore that undermines efforts to project Umuahia as a befitting state capital. According to him, the state government, through the Umuahia Capital Development Authority, is advising all affected landlords to carry out necessary renovations within 4 weeks from the date of the announcement. The former governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Adamawa State, Umar Ado, says the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, may struggle to secure the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential ticket for the 2027 election if former Vice President Atiku Abubakar does not step aside. Speaking during a television program, Ado said that Atiku is heavily favored to win the party's nomination. Despite the challenges, Ado noted Obi's influence as a political asset, highlighting that the former Anambra State governor controls more than 6 million votes, making him valuable to the ADC's strategy for the 2027 election. Obi formally joined the ADC in late 2025 after months of discussions with party leaders. At a December 31 event in Enugu, he described the move as a new beginning in his effort to challenge the ruling All Progressives Congress APC and promote inclusive socio-economic development. On the foreign scene, Israel has begun bulldozing buildings inside the headquarters of the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees in occupied East Jerusalem as the far-right government clamps down heavily on humanitarian groups that provide desperately needed aid to Palestinians in Gaza. The UN group said in a statement that Israeli forces had confiscated staff devices and forced them out of their headquarters in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood. Israeli forces fired tear gas at a Palestinian trade school in a second targeting of a UN facility in occupied East Jerusalem. The UN chief, Philippe Lazzarini, warned that what happens to the UN agency will happen to any other international organization or diplomatic mission anywhere in the world. Israel has repeatedly attacked the UN agency for what it terms pro-Palestinian leanings and accused the body of ties to Hamas without providing evidence, which the UN agency has vehemently denied.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited, where they along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now. Or you reach them with these numbers:
0912 994 7115, 0912 994 7115, or 0813 572 3222, 0813 572 3222.
Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Port Harcourt City, get ready to experience an unusual move of God as Rich for Christ presents Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade, featuring salvation, deliverance, healing, miracles, and lots more. Ministering Pastor E.A. Adeboye, General Overseer, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor K.K. Ndukwe, Pastor Sojioni, Reverend Minaibi, Dagogo Jack, and other anointed men of God. Ministering in songs, Shema Jesus, Mr. L.L. Revelation, Prince Emmanuel, and other anointed ministers. Date, 21st January 2026. Time, 3 p.m. Venue, River State University Football Field, besides Convocation Arena, Mpolo Milesway, Diobu, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't be left out. It's your day of visitation. Jesus is Lord forever.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Please listen to this infomercial.
All right, it's another exclusive business moment on radio where we don't just talk motivation. We talk real business, real data, and real opportunities. Today's conversation is titled Money Making Opportunities in the New Economy. And this topic is critical because the economy hasn't just changed gradually, it has changed permanently. And with me in the studio is a business strategist and digital economy expert who has spent years studying how wealth has been created globally and locally. He's a gentleman. I'm happy to have him join us this beautiful day, Michael Akinagbe. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. And this is truly an exciting time. And many people don't yet realize how big the opportunity is in 2026.
All right, so let's start. We keep hearing about the new economy. What exactly does that mean? And what was the old economy?
Well, I would say that the old economy, is the system most of us, grew up with. And in that economy, wealth creation depended heavily on physical presence, large workforce, large number of staff, and, slow growth. So in the old economy, income was tied directly to time. You had to be physically present at a place in order for you to earn. But growth was limited. So growth limitation, the number of manpower that you need, and also being location specific were limitations of the old economy. So you could work 30 years and still struggle financially. So I would say that the old economy is the economy that most of our parents, that they also actually worked in. Now, we are in 2026 and we are talking about the future. And I can tell you that the old economy is a system that is gone and the new economy is here. And in that economy, one of the major challenges why you need to throw it away because it's no longer working is because you cannot keep up with the current cost of living if you are still operating under the old economy. Salaries alone are no longer enough to absorb rising expenses, even inflation, even the current tax system,
Okay, let's look at the new economy now. How is it different from the old one you just talked about?
Well, I would say that the new economy is driven majorly by technology. It's driven by AI. It's driven by digital platforms. It's driven also by what I call speed, meaning that with the new economy and with this new system, you can determine how much you earn and the speed of earning it. So today, small teams or even individuals can build highly scalable businesses using digital system. So let's look at Nigeria's fintech space, for example. Companies like MoneyPoint, even like OPay, they process billions of transactions monthly. And these businesses didn't rely on massive factories. They relied majorly on technology and on digital systems. So in the old economy, someone works in a factory in Apapa, for example, and you're working on a fixed salary. And in this new economy, a young Nigerian in Akure, in Lagos, or even in Aba will not need to work in Apapa and earn more than you, because the location will not limit how much they can earn, in as much as they have, like a digital system or a laptop that you can use to connect. You can serve global market even from your location. So we are seeing disciplined Nigerians earn from side income to multiply the 6-figure monthly income by plugging into digital platforms, not by guessing, but by using what we call structured digital system.
So I know that some Nigerians finding this very exciting, but they're asking the question, I'm not a tech expert. Does this apply to the average Nigerian? I mean, this new economy?
Absolutely. Everybody can actually be part of this new economy. And that is where many people normally misunderstand this opportunity. The new economy has created what we call shortcuts. It means that you don't need to go the old way for you to arrive at a tangible result. So what matters now is positioning, not technical brilliance. So through what we call, digital business and digital trade replication, people can plug into proven systems. They can learn structured processes and they can grow gradually. Of course, like any real business that we have, digital finance or digital trading involves education, it involves discipline, it involves risk management, which is why structure and guidance matter as of now.
Okay, so basically, what should Nigerians be looking at in 2026 when it comes to positioning to key into the new economy?
Well, Nigerians should be looking into how they will key into the new economy, just like you said, because one of the most powerful areas right now, I can tell you, is digital finance, and also it's linked also to what we call digital trading.
Okay.
Why? Because these markets are highly liquid. These markets are connected globally, and this market also, they are scalable, meaning that with minimal effort, you can get some tangible result from it. And the reason why digital finance or digital trading is important is because it connects you directly to the financial markets all over the world, where trillions of dollars are moving daily. Now, unlike the old economy, where you wait 30 days for a paycheck, digital finance helps you to operate in real time, meaning that you can determine how much you will earn, and also you determine the speed of earning it. And the key advantage today is that people don't have to trade blindly anymore. There are structured models, or what we call expert-led system, and technology to guide them to reduce guesswork and to increase consistency in terms of results.
All right. Remember, we're talking about the new economy and how Nigerians can take advantage, position themselves to be a part of this economy. So, Michael, this is really about positioning for the future.
Yes, it's about positioning, for a brighter future. So, and that is why we are hosting the 2026 Takeoff Mega Expo. Now, this is a practical event. It's going to be a live event where we can go hands-on to show everybody that will be attending how these new income systems, how they work. And at this event, we are going to expose Nigerians to real money-making systems in the new economy, especially structured trading and fintech models. So at the expo also, participants should expect to, have a better understanding of how AI and digital tools are reshaping wealth, and how you can discover different systems that do the heavy lifting for you while you sit down to enjoy the results.
All right, this sounds very powerful already.
Yes.
Who is this event for?
Well, this event is for everybody. But when I say everybody, I mean if you are someone that you are hungry for an opportunity that will take you higher in 2026. So whether you are a graduate, or you are a salary earner, or business owners, or investors, or stay-at-home parents, including those who work from home, anyone who feels stuck in the old system and wants clarity can actually make use of this opportunity and go in the direction of the flow of money, which is what we are talking about in the new income. And people that we attend also, they will have access to something special, because for this new year, we are going to be giving some of the participants what we call take-off capital. Now, they will receive this take-off capital grant ranging from 150,000 naira up to 1 million naira in order for them to jumpstart even the business immediately.
Okay, so this must be a very serious event that will empower Nigerians. I believe people are waiting to get the dates, where and how they can register to be a part of the event, and how much does it cost?
So for how much does it cost? This event is absolutely free. So we are having the 2026 Takeoff Mega Expo right here in the city of Port Harcourt. This expo will be taking place on Thursday, January 22, 2026. That is this week's Thursday, January 22, 2026. And the time will be by 11 a.m. prompt. 11 a.m. prompt. And the venue will be at Kasoni Hotel. Kasoni Hotel is located on number 6 Presbyterian Close off Stadium Road, opposite RCCG, Rumamasi. Kasoni Hotel is located on number 6 Presbyterian Close off Stadium Road, opposite RCCG, Rumamasi, right here in Port Harcourt. The registration is simple. For you to register, I need you to pick up your phone right now. Remember, registration is mandatory because our seats are limited and attendance is free. So to register, pick up your phone right now and you'll be sending the word PH. PH stands for Port Harcourt. Send the word PH to this phone number 0916 466 0000. I'm going to call the phone number again 0916 466 0000. That's the word PH. Send the word PH to this phone number 0916 466 0000. Remember, the old economy is fading. Don't let your finances fade with it. Position yourself for the new economy, and I can tell you it's going to be a great year.
All right, you've heard that directly from the horse's mouth. The old economy is gone. The new economy is here, and only those who position themselves properly can make meaning out of it. Thank you very much, Michael, for coming on the program today.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, see you at the event. Bye for now.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 21st January. In 1924, Vladimir Lenin, the leader of the Bolsheviks revolution and the founder of the Soviet Union, died of a stroke at the age of 53. In 1954, the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarine, was launched in Groton, Connecticut. In 1967, Nigeria faced growing political tension as the eastern region, led by Lieutenant Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu, voiced opposition to the federal government, allowing the January 1966 coup. In 1976, the first Concorde commercial flight took off from London and Paris, marking the beginning of the supersonic passenger travel. In 1998, Pope John Paul II arrived in Cuba, marking the first papal visit to the country and a significant moment in the relationship between the Catholic Church and the Cuban government. And in 2017, millions of people participated in the worldwide women's marches protesting against gender inequality and other social vices following Donald Trump's inauguration as U.S. president.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We'll continue our conversation. Let me switch to Dr. Chinwon. Sanusi returns to university. He has enrolled in a bachelor's program in law, Bachelor of Laws, LLB, in Common and Sharia Law in Northwest University. That's in Kano. Northwest is a Kano State-owned university. My question is, while I'm excited about it, yes, he gained admission into 200 level to study that course. And they said, yes, they admitted him into 200 level because of his expertise and knowledge of governance and other issues. Is education becoming elitist? Primarily, people would pursue basic education, they get a master's degree, and very few will want to go further. Because it's not particularly cheap. and it's not like it's easy. But when you hear certain persons that have multiple degrees, you look at their caliber, you realize that these people are not persons that are miserly in society. I mean, poor in society. So, is education in the real sense of it becoming elitist?
No, it's not. What those people are actually doing is to make people know the value of education and encourage everybody to say, look, I've got, in short, I was commenting people that they're saying, I've gotten money, I've gotten position, I've gotten fame, but there's something much more important. That should encourage the young ones who are being educated, who are getting to that level for the first time. When I was in the university, 1983, 84, after the we got into 1982, but year 2, I got our year 2. Chief Evans Awala was Commissioner of Education when I was in secondary school.
Okay.
Now, Chief Evans Awala joins us in year 2 as a student. That I became much more challenged. This man had his first degree in philosophy in 1959, about 4 years or so before I was born. So he comes to the class. I realized that I therefore had no reason not to take my study much more seriously than I was doing. So some people are very good advertisements for education. When Rotimi Amechi goes to class, when now Sanusi goes to class, they are doing a lot for. They are ambassadors of education. When I was at law school, he also Chief Adelusi, Julius Adelusi, his company had been quoted. The first Nigerian company to be quoted in the stock exchange in Nigeria in 1985. But by 87, he was with us in the same class in law school. We were challenged. Incidentally, being a practical place for practical training or whatever, I want to put that thing, that's what happened. He emerged as the best overall student in my class, you know. But you see, what I'm saying is such people are a big advertisement for education. We should commend them. I don't think they are not showing that it's only for elites. Unless they go to the school and the management of the school don't understand themselves and begin to say,
but that's,
Emir has come, create a special seat for him. That's where you have not failed.
But that's not the reason why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Why I asked the question.
Okay.
The reason I asked the question is, how many persons having to deal with life today?
Yes.
Keep a job, finish from work. Let's say the person has a master's degree, right? Yes, some of us pursue PhD, right?
Yeah.
But when they get to that point, they feel like they are done with education. As a formal education where they have to get into the four wall of the university, right? They could do other trainings, online trainings, and all of those other things because they can manage to juggle that with the jobs that they have to keep. Someone like Sanusi and some of the instances that you gave, the examples you gave, these are persons that have done this, you have done this, you're successful here, you're successful there, and you just feel like, oh, there's this knowledge I need to gain.
Yes.
Let me get back into school.
Yeah.
It's not a hassle for them. It's not a hassle for them.
No, it is a hassle. It's even more of a hassle for them. You see, you know that you could have been having a meeting with XYZ, a big shot in society, or want to give you money. There's a lecture, and you leave that meeting for the lecture. You know that you could have been sitting in a very cozy class, and you come to a Nigerian classroom to sit down. In 2013, 2014, I did the postgraduate diploma in history and diplomatic studies at Uniport. I was already a lecturer, and it was humbling and encouraging, and also for some of the younger ones to be happy with me. You understand? Our community didn't even know I was a lecturer among the class in the class too. Now, but it requires a lot of sacrifice for me too, because you see, you also meet some people that make you almost ashamed of what lecturers are doing. They didn't know you're a lecturer, and some didn't care even if they knew. Because I don't know why you should treat anybody specially, but some really had despicable behavior as lecturers. So, but you still have to endure, and I paid fees, I'll come for it. I sat down in class, I would do my studies, I'll ask questions, I will write tests and submit and suffer the shenanigans when they were passing through us, passing us through. But all the same, so they are making sacrifice. That's the point I'm making. They are making great deal of sacrifice. I don't think that they don't go there to share elitism.
So it's not elitist.
It's only lecturers who don't know their role who will go and make them even feel special. Because for such people, they don't even want to be considered special. I saw that people like the Sanusi, his own with the traditional, he will never remove that and all that, and otherwise he doesn't want to be treated specially. He wants to compare notes with you. He wants to hear you. He wants to. It should be an example. So I think for me, such people should be quite commended. They are very good ambassadors for education. They are showing that education matters much more than money. In a society that is worshipping money, they are showing that education matters much more than money, than all this. So younger ones will be encouraged to study all this. Those who say education is a scam will now see that no, it can't be a scam with somebody like this.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think it's not something of being elitist or so. Rather, it's emphasizing giving us the emphasis that should be placed on education as something very important. Because absolutely, when a man has reached that level of having masters and then has been this and that in government positions, the man may decide not to even go for them. But this one, having known that you don't have time, but you still squeeze out, that means that thing you are looking for must be very important to you. And that will send a very exciting signal to the younger ones within the class to pursue. Don't you see this man? And he has come to join us. Who are we? But look at him there up, but came back to look for that. So it will make them be very agile and then pursuing education. It's only emphasizing the importance of it. That's the way I look at it.
All right, Chief Love Okere, JP Square is also here, political public analyst, social commentator, voice of a chair nation living in Riverside. Chief, good morning, welcome.
Thank you, good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Doug. Happy to see you.
I'm sure you followed the conversation.
Yes, I do.
I'd like to take a reaction quickly.
Well, ordinarily, there is nothing to be debated about it. The only thing that makes it special is that Sanusi is a public figure. He has achieved almost everything, anything that anyone will always want to achieve, but he still come down to say, let me get back to the classroom. That is why it's making news. There are several persons that have decided to do that.
You don't think it's elitist?
No, it is not. It is not. There is nothing like elitist. Or if it is, there are some families, let me not use poor, there are some less privileged families in Nigeria that have already trained their children as law students, as engineers, as whatever course, doctor. So if it is, those people wouldn't have had the opportunity to be graduates in those professional fields. So it's something that one is determined to do, willingness. Okay? Now, and another thing that could motivate some of things.
This exercise could effectively shut out the supporters of the governor who has interest in joining the APC. Is it likely, Chief Okere, is it likely to happen?
You see, all these front and back arguments are happening here because the relationship between two groups in River State, has soured and seems not to have any other form, seems to be hopeless in form of amending it. You see, politics is local. And there's a saying in my place that he whose house is on fire does not chase rat.
It might be in need of rat too, so you will go after it.
Then if you are in need of rat, your house will get burned. That is it. And when you see monkeys jump when their trees are falling, they never know that they are home. They are losing their home. I saw the governor. The governor was in a APC stakeholders meeting in Abuja. The governor was there.
Reconciliation, something committee.
I wouldn't know, but that was Apex.
It's a reconciliation committee set up by the president.
It's okay. No. This one was. But there are more governors in that.
That's what we're saying. Now the committee is an expanded one.
Okay. I wouldn't know. So he was there, and it's like maybe he chose to be in that of Abuja, while this was going on in the state here. And again, saying that anybody will be shot out of it. I had Okocha addressed and said nobody should exclude anybody who wish to get registered.
But that could best be regarded as a rabble rouse.
But at least we have heard it from him.
No, but when it comes to real intentions and when you consider the politics of it,
yeah, the one talking about intention now. Well, at least you and I were talking about what we have heard.
I'm choosing not to be naive. I'm choosing not to be naive in believing what he's saying for every sense of it, because
I don't
the politics is also something that I do take into consideration.
I don't think shutting people out of getting registered is part of politicking, because it is not even a good way of playing politics against your opponents, because every political party wants people to register. It is when everybody have joined, you can then play a game in-house. Look at Obi. When Obi was outside, the kind of statement that are coming now wasn't there because he wasn't a member of ADC. Now Obi is in. Those who wants Atiku Abubakar as candidates now are not comfortable with Obi, and they are trying to dish out certain things on social media that warranted Atiku's reaction to say, no, don't do that. If you are doing that, it will not favor any of us. Rather, it will favor our opponents. Okay? So if Obi was still aside, they wouldn't bother themselves. They will only wait for him at the appropriate time. So what I'm trying to say is that all these things are happening. Whether governor is the one flagging off, whether it is the party chairman. Besides, it is a political party affairs. The national party, the national working committee directs to say.
But we see that ceremonially, the governors are the ones doing the flag off.
Yes, because there is harmony in some of those states, so things can move on normally, and nobody thinks about it. In fact, even where there is harmony, for instance, if I say maybe states like, for instance, Lagos, let me just use Lagos, where I'm sure there's no kind of this victory here. If the governor does it alone without the party chairman, nobody will query it. If the party chairman also do it without governor, nobody will query it because there is no issue anywhere. But here, if governor also do it, those working with the governor will see it as a credit, as a plus to their own group, to say, you see now, we are taking over. Now that Otono Kocha has also done it, people are taking credit to say, because we have done this, we have upper hand. All these are happening because there is no harmony, not just in APC.
Is it not plausible? Is it not plausible?
How?
That for the fact that it's Tony Okocha, who obviously is loyal to Yeson Wike, it gives them an upper hand in the APC.
It is the same Tony Okocha who gave the governor the so-called 001 card.
Yes, so we agree, but we also know what Tony Okocha told us. There was an express order from the national for him to register the governor. There was an express order.
It's not that he's obeying now.
You see, let us wait and see if anybody who is loyal to the governor will come and complain that he has gone to register in his ward and he was not allowed to get registered. Let us wait and see if such things will happen.
Let's wait and see. Dr. Chinwo.
Yeah. Kali, I think you raised this yesterday also.
It was a conversation for yesterday.
I was driving, I was too short at the time my car was giving her a hassle, and I said, wow.
Oh, sorry.
So, I don't see the reason for any suspicion. As a matter of fact, party registration is always more the responsibility of party chairman.
Exactly.
And it's rarely occasion for. What happened that day, it was because of like he said, because of the situation we are, that you got to mobilize people to go to the party. It's online registration. We have, before I came here and told you I'm in APC, we have registered.
Oh, you have registered already?
Yes, we registered. Massive registration.
Thank you.
In the wards. Because you finish the registration, get all the data, and they are sending it to those who are doing the documentation. The electronic inputting. So everything has been done.
So you register manually.
Yeah, in the paper now. So
and then they take your information
to feed
in the database, the electronic database.
Otherwise, you know how many Nigerians have access to computer and business center and all that. So all that is being done. What is required, you give all the necessary information. That information is fed into the system. Then your card will be produced. So that has been done, and governor is at the head of it in Rivers State.
Okay.
At least those of us who followed him to the party, we know that. So, but I don't think, like he also told you, Tony Okocha, whether it is by order from above or whatever, is implementing the order of the party. Go and register people. Register everybody. So Tony wouldn't say, this SYZ didn't come through ABC, who I know. No, once it is the proper distance, you pass it, they are members of the party. The other day, the secretary was saying we need about 9 million Nigerian voters. In the first week, we had 2 million. The honor of a king is in the multitude of subjects. In political party, whether you want to rig or not, you'll be happy because whatever you rig, Tinubu had 8 million something votes before. Today, what the foundation is being led at, if Tinubu gets 16 million, you see if you had registered members of 9 million, those 9 million went to campaign and they had 1% each. So this is the way the politicians will calculate it. So it is in their best interest to register everybody. Yeah. So registration is ongoing and you don't don't suspect any division here.
Andy Akotive, author thinker, do you also think there's no cause for worry or alarm?
So there's always cause for worry. If you recall, in Imo State, you had an APC gubernatorial candidate who came out and said he had already won the election. And during the time when he was contesting with Chukwuma Soludo, he said he had won the election because of the fact that he considered the number of people who had registered with APC and said if they all voted, then he had won the election. But when the elections came properly, Chukwuma Soludo did not only deal with him, he destroyed him, and he's gone into political oblivion or oblivion, like they would say from this part of...
That's Anambra.
Anambra, yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I said Imo State here, Anambra State, into political oblivion. Right, so for me, so long as a process is largely dominated by humans, right? Humans with their sentiments, with their emotions, with their idiosyncrasies, you would have definitely the process not being one that you can say is foolproof, right? If you registered manually, who says that the person who is to put it in the system cannot decide to take your whatever out? If he thought that you were a strong person who would be in support of the governor,
who could give them problem?
Yes, who could give them problem? He could take you out and never registers it. And what happens? You go and start fighting. You go and do Umaru and what's that case with my political mentor?
With how many others? Umar and 22 others.
Yes, and go. You can't be doing it in court. And if you do not have the favor of no, I'm not saying of the entrenched system, if you do not have their blessings, you will be in court for the next 600 years. Right? You'll be in court for the next 600 years. So it is until you have the blessings of the entrenched interests, that's when you would see what happened with the case of my political mentor, happening in his favor. So for me, we are not ready yet, Kelly. All of these things that I see on display, we are not ready yet as a people to fix our polity and to get it right. All of this charade, registration. You think registration is what results in electing credibility into position of authority? Registration of party faithfuls results in election of credibility in local government, credibility in the state government, credibility in the house. You think this is what it is? When we are ready, we are going to start having conversations.
Mr. Ndukwe.
You see, Kelly, that question as you asked, I'm just following your trail of thought. For me, there's cause for worry there. Chief Okere gave us the answer while he was commenting. Yes, listen to it. He said, because all things are normal, in those you mentioned another state, but here there is a comma in the normalcy of relationship in Rivers State. That automatically points to the fact that somebody could stop another. since everything is not normal. And that being the case, those following the governor, if the governor is not coming out with a clear eye and then focus and shining very well to know how his people have failed, whether they've registered them or not, they could remove those of them that are very strong, that could offer opposition to more opposition, because there's opposition already, more opposition to them. It's not in doubt. That is why whenever people are talking about electronic election, I said, do you think Nigerian electoral problem will end it? When you are registering first, they can in fact send you to Canada. From that particular, you just want to register, they remove you. That's what I mean by sending you to Canada. And then you start battling. No, I'm a foundation member. Who cares? You're a foundation member in paper, but in practice, where are you? No. We handled that registration that day now. I submitted everything, but where is it now? Your name is not there. What happened? Somebody could affect whatever electoral votes that have come up. Is it not if I am the one in charge and I remove 20 votes, giving maybe consideration for another person to have that 20 votes, he wins the other one. Simple. So I think they should be very careful and know whether they are following the right way or not. If not, they will live to cry for that tomorrow.
Because I also recall that one of the things that they were saying of Tony Okocha is that he was never a member of the party. When he was in that fight with Amechi, they said, you are not a member of the party. You did not go through the validation process at the time.
The head.
He kept insisting that he's a member of the party. He was a member of the Presidential Campaign Council. Anything is possible. I'm not going to flog it beyond this point.
Yeah,
unfortunately, what is most annoying for me is that everyone even queuing behind him, who yesterday spoke in the side of the law, I'm wondering why they are. The law as it stands today says Bekay is the head of the party. As it stands today, except when upturned. And there are sons, there are lawyers, there are politicians who are queuing behind Tony Okocha because the national says Tony Okocha is the one. Can you see the craziness of our system? How some of us are unable to make sense out of whatever it is that is happening currently.
Well, it is
craziness.
It is what it is. The APC, they are yet to handle this leadership issue. So for the national, they believe it's Okocha. They continue to side with Okocha. Going by the law and what the court has pronounced, it is Emeka Bekay.
So we should take preeminence.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying, but it is what it is.
Kelly, let me answer it. The one that will take precedence is the national. If you don't know, because you start from home. Let me tell you.
So the national is bigger than the court.
Relax, Andy. Let me answer it so that you understand also. When you are out, you file out in the name of, is it National Working Committee? Good. And then this one come out from Rivers State, like Chief Okere said, is it politics is local or whatever he said. He said, yes, you are adorning the gap of that locality. You come out. A flip of the finger of that national will put you where you will be, in the cooler. Nobody sees you. If not, why is it that when Ganduje was there, I think that's where the whole problem happened, and then Bekay won in court and all that. Ordinarily, what Andy is talking about, that his own position should be solidified and should be solid. But here, Okocha is the one carried by the National Working Committee. And who is the National Working Committee? That's the real APC. Yes.
By whose definition?
No, but in terms of correspondence, in terms of correspondence with INEC, it's a national.
It's an aberration.
I'm not saying we are not saying
that Chief Lovely has brought to the
we're not saying
now.
Andy, we're not saying that you are wrong in what you have said.
At all.
No, but we're just saying by practice and tradition. By practice and tradition, who does correspondence with INEC. It's a national.
So
it's not the state.
Does it stop it from being an aberration?
Oh, no.
It's a distortion of order.
Well,
it's a distortion of law.
As factual as what you have said is, as factual as what you have said is, and that's what I keep saying here. As far as this politics is concerned, the national recognizes Tony Okocha. The other group, they are on their own, as it is now. That is what we see. We are not going to force them to say, obey and follow this group. This is the group they are doing business with. In fact, what's his name? Moka on TV 2 days ago said,
yes, I saw what he said.
I don't know this group.
Yes. I saw what he did to him.
I don't know this group.
Have you heard that?
No,
yes,
but
I saw what he did. I saw and I heard what you did to him.
He asked for a right of reply. That is what you was on TV yesterday speaking on it. And for me, I'm like, you should have managed his temper better on that interview. He didn't manage his temper better on that interview. But nonetheless,
I have a question here.
Somebody's beating drum for him.
The question is, because politicians sometimes will do things not just to win but to spoil in most cases. Now, why did Emeka Beke take the matter to court? The answer for me, I may be right, I may be wrong, is because National Working Committee of APC or the NEC dissolved Rivers ESCO as a then and now appointed caretaker. And they went to court.
Because they said by law and the APC constitution,
for whatever way,
what action they took,
for whatever way they got
a
judgment. And this thing happened at the peak of Rivers crisis when and the Emeka Beke fashion now joined the governor's group and them, and what was playing out in court that time. The bottom line is that they got judgment. Now, my question now is, did that judgment give Emeka Beke the right to be chairman of APC forever?
No.
Thank you. Because I'm aware that Emeka Beke was elected over 5 years ago in D-line.
Has it been up to 5 years?
I'm telling you now, go and check the records. They were elected before the election that brought before the election. I think even Wike was a governor at that day.
Yes, he was a governor.
Thank you. So, and the tenure for anybody who is elected into any political position is 4 years. It's 4 years. So, which one is he fighting again for? Is he trying to also go for this academic exercise that where this man, the one that this thing came out yesterday, Anyam of PDP, the national secretary. You saw what happened. It is even Anyam was going to go to say the tenure of my
has elapsed
in December. So there is no need for this matter again. It's academic. So which one is this? Which chairman is it? Did he add another tenure to that 4 years for himself?
Okay. Well, it's not something.
So the question is there for the public to answer.
Dr. Chiwo, you wanted to say something, or should I just move on? Let's move on.
Dr. Chiwo himself does not have this issue that Dr. Chiwo does not have.
He said the question is not. He didn't say it's for me.
Very well, sir.
But you do not have if I have an answer.
No, I'm not asking for an answer. Dr. Chiwo wanted to say something earlier. He wanted to say something earlier, and then you just took over and he stopped. So that's why I went back to him and asked him.
So can I not join?
No, we're moving on from here. Well, I just asked that question because from some of the feelers I'm getting, and trying not to ignore political innuendos and posturings.
No, but you're right.
It's very possible that the governor not leading the ceremony of the e-registration process could be an indicator that the structure is still largely controlled by the FCT minister. And if that be the case, there's also a possibility that they could say those that will give us trouble inside this party, let's shut them out.
Is it any time that FCT minister have not controlled the structure?
No.
So
let me ask you a question then.
Do.
If the PDP, in the build-up to the 2023 election, right, had a registration process like this one, are you telling me that the PDP then would have registered the likes of Farah Dagogo?
Father Agogo was already a member.
No, get my question. My question is intentional.
If he had a program like this one,
if they had a program like this one, then
preparing for
elections.
See,
would they have registered the likes of Father Agogo?
Okay, let me answer you. I don't even want to be logical here. Let me answer you the way it's supposed to be. Registration into any political parties are done in the world at the world levels and submitted to the local government chairman, who will now forward to the state. He would have been registered. Now, if anything would have happened to his name not being a member of the party, it would have been maybe at the state level or wherever the interest will be there. But nobody at the level of Father Agogo can say, don't register in this ward.
Okay, so what you're saying is invariably is, you can do your manual registration like Dr. Chinwon said.
It's possible.
No, let me finish now. You can do your manual registration like Dr. Chinwon said.
Yes.
You take that document and you forward it to the persons that are supposed to input it into the database.
Yeah.
And then at that point, the sieving begins.
No, if you are a target.
Is that possible?
If you are a target, you can be manipulated out. It's possible.
Okay.
I'm being factual here.
That's the politicians speaking. They know what they do.
Okay.
They know what they do.
So we have arrived. We have arrived at the same point. We have arrived at the same point.
We have in this studio now.
Yes.
There are 5 persons here.
Yes.
3 persons are politicians. Only 2 are not.
Am I a politician?
Well, technically, I agree with you.
Am I a politician?
4 persons are.
I'm the only one who is not a politician.
And 4 of us are here.
Who is the fourth person? Who is the fourth person? So we arrive at the same point.
Of course, yes.
That is possible.
No, it's possible. Anything is possible.
There's no doubt about
it. Anything is possible.
That actually is the basis for the conflicts in parties.
Exactly.
Nigerian politics has not been what it ought to be. Ordinary politics is want to be inclusive.
But remember,
Nigerian politics has been exclusive. Everybody, which unfortunately seems to be in tandem with the way we live our lives. Everybody wants to think that this thing is for chopping. So the fewer we are, the better. A better society will want the more we are, the merrier, so that we can also get involved in productivity. So that is actually a challenge for the politicians. River State, Kano State, Lagos, everywhere.
Exactly, sir. Now again,
so even these ones that are claiming party leadership, they can conclude this process now and declare that they are not members of the party.
No, but can you if you are white? This is a legal issue. Being a member of a political party is prescribed in our constitution how you can go about that. Now let me tell you, in the beginning of your registration, there is a slip, and that slip is signed by the ward chairman and ward secretary. You fill it there, and they sign it. You now enter, and you have photocopy of what you have done as you have registered. If you know that just some of these things will come up, you lay a foundation for yourself from the beginning, so that by the time your name is removed from somewhere, now you say no. On so day I got registered, and this is my slip.
But you see,
from the ward,
the party can tell you that condition precedent to draw down.
That is interest now.
Yes, you did not meet it.
No, that is
so if you like hold your slip, if you like laminate your slip, they will tell you we are the ones registering and we have looked at our protocol and found that you are not like
it's possible.
You are not good enough to be registered.
Yes, that is if you are a target that I'm saying here.
Yes.
You may have done the right thing. Then when you cross the first step at the ward, local government, and they say, this man. Look away to they can do that without your knowledge.
Could all of these things affect the enthusiasm from the Fubara supporters, Dr. Chinwon?
If they get to find out that they haven't been registered, the party didn't register them, show it to me. I for one.
It may be too late to realize that.
No, I agree with you. I for one, for instance, having gone on through the process and I find that the party didn't register, it's like saying, somebody say, "You're not part of my house." What am I going to do? You understand? So that is what it should not be that the party gets to that level. You can say that this man, you're not going to hold an office in the party or whatever, but to say he's not going to be a member of a party he has chosen to be part of, it's anti-democratic, it's anti-party system and all that. But unfortunately for Nigeria, we have seen that happen over and over again. Like they mentioned, my learned friend H.A. Bello is still not forget today because of the number of cases he did using Omar. The other day I was in his office. The question he asked him, I asked, can you give this Omar?
Have you seen Omar?
He said,
Have you seen him in
he asked me, should I give you his contacts? You know, so, these are the unfortunate things that we see. It may seem a mere debating issue here, but these are going to the roots of this country.
Absolutely.
And it's a terrible situation. Somebody, any party at any level, feels that he has the power to disenfranchise every other person, power to make you not a member or whatever. These are things we should avoid on whatever side.
Kelly, I state unequivocally that if I were in charge of this registration, a man as powerful as Edison, I will not let him have his way in our order. I'm not kidding you.
So you remove him?
What lie? A man as powerful as he is,
very revealing.
You think I'm going to let him have his way and take our order for the governor? Because politics starts from, it's not when you are going to cast your ballot. The calculation starts from even now. The people who are registered, the people who are made the leaders,
who could likely become delegates.
It starts from here. The people who can largely nominate the ones who become delegates, it starts from here. So the calculation, and don't forget the people who are in charge of this thing, who do not want the governor to continue. They are not political neophytes. They are political heavyweights who have been in the trenches for longer than some of us can even imagine. So all of these calculations already have started happening. And that is why I continue to insist that if the governor really wanted to have his way, he would have been siding with the law. Emeka Beke, even though elected in 2021,
but
right?
That would have affected him.
No, he would have been.
No,
siding with the
let
law.
me tell you why it would have affected him. You know that Emeka Beke is the loyalty is more said to be with Amechi. It's said to be with Amechi. Amechi is not friends with Tinubu. Amechi even came out to say he told his people not to support Tinubu. He even said he will not support Tinubu. Tinubu is a grounded politician who will not allow such a thing to remain within his fold. Tinubu will not allow it. So if you come out, there are even speculations right now that the reason why the APC is silent on Fubara's ordeal is because he is siding with the Beke's group. If the rumors are true, they'll see him as a mole. You're clearly working with someone who is against us. How can we fight for you? They see him as a mole if the rumors are anything to take serious. So when you look at that, it's a slippery slope.
It's dicey.
Yes, it's a very slippery slope for him. But the fact that the only part I'm noticing is the e-registration was flagged off by Tony Okocha. Be it ceremonial, that the governor should have done it by himself. He would have shown a bit of, we're in this together. We're not outsiders, and these people are the ones controlling it. We're part of this. That's why I'm here doing it, like my counterparts are doing in other states. That's why I have the interest. We have to go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Schwaibu, has promised to continue to deploy personnel and operational resources to address security challenges on the Plateau and other parts of the country. Schwaibu gave the assurance during a courtesy visit to the Plateau State Governor, Caleb Mutfwang, as part of his operational and familiarization tour of Army formations in the state. A statement by the Army spokesperson, Colonel Apollonia Anele, said the Army Chief reaffirmed the service commitment to restoring lasting peace and security, noting that troops would continue to be professionally deployed to mitigate threats and protect lives and property. He acknowledged that security challenges in the state were complex, but stressed that sustained collaboration, intelligence sharing, and joint efforts among stakeholders would yield positive results. The federal government has unveiled plans to increase the contribution of Nigeria's livestock subsector to the nation's gross domestic product from $32 billion to over $47 billion within the next 10 years. Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar Meha, disclosed this in Ilorin during a livestock stakeholders engagement organized by the Kwara State government, which brought together more than 250 players across the livestock value chain. Represented at the event by his special advisor, Mark Mbaram, the minister said the federal government is committed to repositioning the livestock sector as a major driver of food security, job creation, and economic growth. He said food security remains a critical component of national security, which underpins the government's decision to place livestock development on the front burner. He also disclosed that the ministry had developed a national livestock growth acceleration strategy aimed at boosting productivity and increasing the sector's contribution to the economy. Meha noted that the era of open grazing and itinerant herding is no longer sustainable, stressing that ranching remains the most viable option for modern livestock production. The Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, has described the comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Nigeria as a major strategic milestone in Nigeria's economic transformation agenda. Recall that the UAE and Nigeria recently signed the SEPA deal, which is aimed at eliminating tariffs on more than 7,000 products. Under the deal, agricultural and industrial products such as fish, seafood, oil seeds, cereals, cotton, pharmaceuticals, chemicals will enter the UAE market duty-free. Nasima stated that the agreement will directly strengthen trade expansion, investment mobilization, industrial growth, and private sector-led productivity. On the foreign scene, after weeks of heavy rains, floodwaters in Mozambique's Maputo province have submerged vast areas of land. Nationwide, more than 100 persons have been killed since the rainy season began in October. The governor of Maputo province disclosed that more than 36,000 people are affected by the disaster and added that the government is working to have all data on the happenings. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Port Harcourt City, get ready to experience an unusual move of God as Reach for Christ presents Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade, featuring salvation, deliverance, healing, miracles, and lots more. Ministering Pastor E.A. Adaboye, General Overseer, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor K.K. Ndukwe, Pastor Sojioni, Reverend Minaibi, Dagogo Jack, and other anointed men of God. Ministering in songs, Shema Jesus, Mr. L.L. Revelation, Praise Emmanuel, and other anointed ministers. Date 21st January 2026. Time 3 p.m. Venue River State University Football Field besides Convocation Arena, Mpolo Milesway, Diobu, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't be left out. It's your day of visitation. Jesus is Lord forever.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue the conversation. The confirmation now coming from the police that over 160-something citizens, church worshippers, were kidnapped, abducted in Kaduna State. With the confirmation now, I'm just thinking about this, and yes, the police came out initially to say, "Oh, it's not true. We don't have confirmation to that effect yet." That this number of persons were picked up in a community on Sunday while service was going on. Yes, they will be rescued, but again, I know it's something we've talked about. We'll keep talking about it. Can this stop? Can it stop? Do we have the will to stop it? Chief Okere. Is there a will to stop abductions of this magnitude?
The only will that we can have as a country, as a government, as a people, is to the extent that if there is information to anybody that is involved, then government can decisively deal with those group of persons so that it will serve as a deterrent to anybody who wish to do something. Otherwise, I don't think government can or anybody can have the will of stopping anybody who have the intent to commit crime. The only thing government can do is to punish anybody who has committed crime. And with what is happening, I'm sure that something is propelling the ability of those who are doing this, especially in the north. It may be everywhere, but the level for which we're experiencing this kind of abduction is in the north. And I don't know what the motives are, but I know that it's being propelled by a certain group of persons, and it is political. It is not even ethnicity, it is political, that is. Because whenever we are getting to a transition period like this, that's when you begin to experience this high level of abduction and insecurity in some part of the country. So, for me, except those who are, sponsoring this kind of acts, decide to stop, there is no will that can will down this kind of experiences.
Dr. Chinwo, do you think so?
Yeah, the political will, with all respect, will still be very, very important. But I know it's difficult to bring a man out of a pit who says he enjoys it, staying there. And when it comes to this kind of terrorism based on misconception of religious prescriptions, which is what is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria, unfortunately, we thrive a lot in ignorance. Islam, Christianity. We are a people that, if you ask the average Christian today, I do that maybe in school, I remember saying, how many of you are Christians? How many of you have gone through the Bible once? You'd be surprised to see somebody has been a Christian for 10 years, he has never gone through the Bible, reading Genesis to Revelation once. And that if it's like that among students, go and ask the average person. We're at the level of any nation, any society where religion is on what Papa said, what Pastor said, what Imam said. That society is subject to manipulation. So that is happening. So when such a person, no matter the political will you have, he is thinking that you are depriving him from his eternal good.
Okay.
So this man, already has been told that you are an enemy. That anybody who will deprive him from this eternal good is an enemy. So your political will immediately presents you as his enemy. And if those who have who are in the political position to exercise the will have even been have imbibed those kind of knowledge, ideas, their own idea of political will be to go use what you have to crush the enemy. The people they consider enemy. So why that's why you see a situation where, for instance, somebody is the governor of a state, like Rufai was governor of a state. He knows what should be done, but he skewed everything in terms of religion against the Christian side, and that's why he failed. That's why today he doesn't know where to hold hands on, because the will you had was that targeted at the group who you wanted to use this other person, and that's what actually brought Boko Haram. Those who raised Boko Haram thought they were using Boko Haram to fight their quote unquote enemies, but they are going to report them. So that's the only way about. Is it necessary? Absolutely necessary to have political will to confront it. But if it's not based on knowledge, then there is going to be a problem. And ignorance is our big disease in Africa, in Nigeria in particular.
Yes, okay.
Kelly, your question is simple, whether we can have political will. My answer is no. And that no is as big as this room, maybe just giving us the space to be in it. That no is very big. The reason is simple. There's no balance in this nation's maybe political architecture. Now see, you have a president, you have the vice, they belong to one section, Islam. Kelly, the nature of Nigeria is such that this kind of pay should not exist anytime. If you want to strike, because when we say about peace, there can be no peace without justice. How can you say you are justified to have a country of over 200? You see, when I mentioned this, I have joined the bandwagon. I don't know how we come to have over 200. How? When was census conducted? To know. So at least a large population, I think it's safest to say such. Large population not attaching any figure to it until they decide to have a census. Now, Kelly, when you have the president and the vice, as if it's where they wield much influence, and if the other side is very docile, the side that are left to have the two top men to be in one section, then you will see that things will always be going wrong. But that's not to say that the problem of Nigeria is because of this pay. See, the issue of adoption perhaps is joining the rank of a highest level money-making business. And I tell you that when you are talking about anything, food is the first. Food. Because whether you are inside ocean struggling, there must be food inside your stomach. Whatever you are doing to fare well in this life, you must have fed yourself very well. Now, when you don't have money, you cannot feed. That means automatically you are going downhill and you may die. And so, when you are trying to stop people and things are not well in this nation, as a matter of fact, that's part of the thing that is fueling insecurity. And anybody thinks that insecurity will abate. Yes, you may see where they came, the military action, and they wipe out a lot of people. It will not end it. Tomorrow others will come because some are using force plus these adoptions to make money that could be feeding them. It's only when a man dies that he will not struggle to eat or to do any other thing better for him. So I doubt how they will have the political will. It's not a matter of coming out from a glowing room in Abuja, maybe Asoro, and give instructions. The military should go after them, this and that. Can you go after somebody you didn't know where he is? If American government is talking that, I say maybe there are gadgets they could use and then visualize where they are. They are concentrated at that moment that instruction is being put out. But here we can say, go to the northeast. They may be at Bama area and all that. Meanwhile, they are in Kaduna. Because you are not seeing everything. So for me, Kelly, my answer is no. We don't have the political will. We may wish to have that, but we simply don't have it at the moment.
Okay. Well, I just imagine what their families are going through right now. 177.
That is it now.
Once students again.
No, I don't.
Church
worshippers.
And you heard that the police were disputing that.
They've now confirmed.
You see, Kelly, no, see, they've confirmed. I've heard and also I've read. But the problem I have is, once this kind of thing is raised, I have said, and I started learning this from infancy, where they said, where there is a rumor, there certainly must be an atom of truth in that rumor. Once it happens like this, you come to the police, they will tell you, no such thing. Does it mean if the police doesn't know anything, it won't happen? The answer to that question is no.
Well, they are the confirming authority. So
no, they may be. I'm not doubting that because it's not a man who that is the confirming authority.
We'll have to wait to hear from the police.
You see, that is the mistake because, for instance, if police has come out today and said, no, there's still no such information, we continue waiting. And perhaps some of them may be dying or whatever. It's unfortunate.
For you to manage 170 persons.
Finally, it says under 67 or so.
Whether 167 or even 150, it means that there are about 20 to 30 terrorists that are holding them. Yes. It means that it has become a tradition, a culture of that particular community where they were adopted. For you to manage 100 and something persons, even if you carry arm and you are just 5, day in, day out, some of them will begin to escape. So, for you to manage this number of people, it means that there are also great number of terrorists that are into the business, and the environment is accommodating such act. So it's something that even if government is willing to, the community must also be more willing to make sure that such things does not exist in that community.
Okay. So let's look at budgeting. Waledu tells us that we're hoping to rely less on borrowing. I'm thinking it's for the 2027 year, because the 2025 budget is supposed to be implemented in 2026, at least the capital component of it. That's what they need most of the money for. Tinubu has already declared that budget as a less performing budget, even though the implementation has not kicked off. It's going to kick off in 2026. So now they're saying we're hoping to rely less on borrowing. I'm supposing that will be for the 2026 budget that is still before the National Assembly. Can we rely on this as a perhaps an ounce of hope? Dr. Chinwo?
Unfortunately, for a very long time, I have ceased to rely on Nigerian budgeting system. Just because I have come to see that those who present the budget don't even believe in it. So all if economists tell you what they see every year, analyzing previous budgets, practicing economists, you would more for this country. And that's when you find that the people who presented budget didn't believe in it. So when he now comes to tell us what he would do, if you compare it to what happened in 2024, 2025, you begin to ask yourself, what are you talking about? He didn't perform then. He did this. You even told us you are going to rely on X amount of money as borrowed money. You went overboard. Far more than that. Did you abide by the budget? So if you did that, how do you come and tell us that you have a budget that you rely less on borrowing? On what basis? Have we improved? You see, the issue will still be, on what foundation are you going to rely less on this borrowing, and yet you are creating more avenues for expenditure? Economy, industrial production is not improving.
Maybe the tax reform.
Or tax reform. The same people that you are going to do this, they will still go to the market. It doesn't work. These are simple. This economics thing is not such a mystery that people can't understand it. Your own personal financial this thing. You are gaining. You are producing nothing. You are earning nothing, and yet the number of people you have to cater for, they are increasing. The number of items you have to spend for, they are increasing. If you will ever be able to spend, you can borrow, or you are going to steal, because as long as the thing that the expenditure side is still increasing, there's no production increasing or even being sustained, you will borrow. Otherwise, you're either stealing, or you are borrowing, or you are not even going to meet those needs again. So I don't know how you will say that you will have a budget that will rely less on borrowing. I wish, for instance, to hear that we have created XYZ industry, which is functioning. I wish that they are not even creating, even the private system that you would have used to augment federal government. Every day, the productive sector, they are complaining of what government is doing. Manufacturing association, even the Dangote that used to be the darling boy of government is complaining that government is hindering my processes. So where are we going to do? So government policy don't help it.
Chief Okere.
Well, I can describe that statement as a message of optimism in form of a proposition, proposing what he thinks that will be. It does not relate to reality. It cannot. If we look at history of what has been happening, we say, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt by what they have projected, especially now that Nigeria seems to be taxed more. Maybe more money will be generated from the taxes that have been imposed on different transactions in Nigeria today. So maybe they will make more money, and as a result, they will chunk this money out and put them back to the economy, so that some of those reasons why they were borrowing money would have been covered by some of these taxes that we are going to. But the truth still remains that the managers of the economy, or those who have been managing the economy for the past 4 years, are still very much around. They are still there, and they are still depleting on the resources of Nigeria. So, for me, I will not come here to say, yeah, he's lying, it will not happen. But if we say so, nobody will also fault us, because it has been the practice and tradition. But if at that time, and we've not had Nigeria coming up to write a letter to National Assembly to approve a borrowing plan, they will not know that what they are saying is making sense. So let's wait.
Mr. Ndukwe. Kelly, that's wishful thinking. It's not true. Now, what is the source that will make us think about borrowing less?
Taxes.
Which taxes? The one that Yedele is faulting himself, and the National Assembly is faulting themselves and all that. As a matter of fact, we are standing, or as far as this tax is concerned, we are standing on a slippery ground. We don't know. See, it is quite unfortunate when we try to live in delusion. How can Nigeria, Kelly, start checking our appropriation? We are in 2026 now. We may be talking about, is it 2025 or whatever. There's a way they've made this thing that is baffling me.
I think this projection is for 2026.
Okay, for 2026.
That's 2027. 2026 budget in 2027.
Thank you very much. And so, see, all these things are happening because we don't have a productive base, established productive base. Now, is it going to be magical? There's no magic to this kind of thing. It is either we have something we are producing or we don't have it. And as it stands, the clearest view of, at least as far as I am an adult, is that we don't have it. Now, is it because you are proposing tax bill and all, okay, it's an act now. It's been assented to. Now, you have hope. What has not started? Are they telling us that what will happen? For me, there is no magic there. When they want a clearance, a clear position of things, they make it work. It's just like now. I say I know who God is. Every night I pray. I go to mountain. I climb into the ocean and pray. And I'm going to write exams. I don't read. I don't open any book that has that my course. I will not pass. I will fail. God does not do magic. That is it.
We're at a point where some countries have the audacity to tell us, don't come to our country. The question is, are we submissive and surrendering and apologetic? Or are we really the giants that we are? One of the things I've learned very early in life is the power of the customer who is spending money. In all of those places where they are harassing us today, we go there and spend real money. And so, from a place of national pride, not a place of support of bad behavior, let us rethink how we approach or reapproach these things. Just imagine if your neighbor said, don't come to my house. Again, I don't want to see your children here. So what would you really be doing? Pleading with your neighbor? That's not how I was raised. So let's just rethink about it from that perspective. Fashola, if this is supposed to be a veiled response to America, with all the conditions right now in leaving the country, is that our citizens go there and spend a lot of money? That's true.
Yes.
Can we position ourselves as giants before these nations in responding the way Fashola is asking us to respond to these nations placing all these travel restrictions? Chief Okere.
Yes, you see, as I know that Zimbabwe is not up to 20% as rich as Nigeria. There was a time when Robert Mugabe, the former president of America, Zimbabwe, rise to the occasion to challenge even America. And they decided to make do with what they have in Zimbabwe.
But they didn't become richer; they became poorer.
No. Don't worry. You may become poorer and have your integrity.
Oh,
yes. Because if you think you are an independent country, okay, and because of maladministration in your country, people are leaving the country, living with the little resources that would have energized their own economy to the other country. What do? You try to see how to change in your way of life, way of administrating people, so that people can now, use what they are sending out. Do you know how many $1 million that goes out of Nigeria to Canada, America, Ukraine, Finland every year for education? I'm not talking about any other thing. Just to go and appear certificate that ordinarily is comparable with the ones we are paying in Nigeria here. I'm sure that Dr. C.J. Chunwo.
Did you say it's comparable?
Of course, yes. So if you go to Ukraine and get a law certificate, LLB, and you say your own is better than that of C.J. Chunwo here, that maybe school in UST.
You'll be required to do a program if you want to practice in Nigeria.
No, they still go to law school and fail.
Oh, they still go to law school and fail.
You can. Let me tell you, Kelly. Let me tell you. Before 1981, when during Shagare's administration, through Okilo was governor of River State here, they decided to establish some community secondary schools. What we used to have in those days was BMGS, Apo Grammar School, Kanti Grammar School, Okeka Grammar School, all those old schools. They had fantastic, scholars. They produce good brains. In fact, if you also see some of them that today, they are even some of them who have not even gone to university. That their school start at the level of those grammar schools, they are even using it more than they are well equipped academically. Now, as at early 80s, when all these secondary schools were established, some of us attended community secondary schools in our localities. I did not attend any of the grammar schools. I did not school anywhere outside the country. And I know so many persons who were sent to the best of schools cannot even be better than as I am seated here today. I'm proud of myself.
Okay.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this. If we value what we have in Nigeria as Nigerians, countries will even come to negotiate with us for expatriates. I am aware that I was told, and I also noticed between 60s, 70s to part of early 80s, that people from Ghana, Liberia, Togo, were coming to apply to be teachers in Nigeria. In fact, they were teachers in Nigeria.
But this one you're stating is I get them before now.
No, I'm coming now. I'm giving you instances
what
that if it has happened before, why did it happen before? And why do you think that it cannot happen again now? So, if such things are happening, and we decide to make do with what we have here, let's say 1,000 person decide to invest their $1 million or whatever dollars they are spending in America and everywhere, and spend it in Nigerian schools, there will be changes. The only thing is that our administration here is making it, academically and administratively uncomfortable for people to, stay here. And whatever condition they give to us outside the country, we agree. Some people even want the opportunity to leave Nigeria. So even when you don't know your fate, where you are going to.
Okay, so you're saying that the present conditions make us live in droves.
Of course, because a school that requires electricity, that requires well-equipped laboratory and libraries, they are not here. If you go to Canada, those things are there comfortably.
You find them there.
So no matter the amount they want you to pay, you will pay.
So that being the case, you still cannot pose as a giant now.
That's what I'm saying, that if we can come back, pause and say, these things that we are seeing there, let's come back home and provide them for our people. And that money that they are going to spend here, let them spend it here and get that same
quality,
that same value of education they are looking for outside. So that by the time we are well equipped here, and they are no longer getting the money from us over there, and we are growing as a people, considering the kind of resources we have here, they will come for us to say, please, we need engineers in our. You know that population is an advantage to a nation, and some of them do not have the population. If you say everybody go back to their country today, some country will be empty. I'm telling you, some countries are flooded with expatriates and people from other countries. So by the time all those places will be scanty and they will begin to have low production, they will come for you and now negotiate with you to now send them expatriates. They will pay for the individuals and pay for the country, that is producing them. So the only thing is that we do not know how to manage our population. Population ordinarily is a resource in this country, even without going to university.
So I want to move on to Dr. Chimon, but this thought just flew into my head. I thought to ask you, right?
Go ahead.
You know, the leaders are the ones to set the pace.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Have you seen the video of your local government chairman in Dubai?
It's all right.
It's a chill.
It's all right.
Yeah, have you seen it? It's a viral video. Have you seen it?
What video? What
have you seen the video of your local government chairman in Dubai?
Let me know. I've not seen
it was on a boat ride. Ninth time.
Is there anything wrong with somebody being a boat
I'm just
ride?
asking a question. Have you seen it?
I did not. I have not.
Because anyhow we like it or not, he's spending money in Dubai.
Which chairman is that?
HA local government chairman. He's spending money in Dubai.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen the video?
Yes, I have not.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that.
They will never.
Dr. Chimo.
Yes. Ordinarily, what Fashola said would have made sense if he had taken cognizance of the time.
If it is practicable, yeah.
There was a time when Nigerians, as they landed at the airports, even if you are the poorest, you are respected because they know that you have money that has value.
Yes.
You don't have so much, but when you release that one, it has value. Now it's not so. The world has now known that the only people who have money in Nigeria and that take it abroad, they are stealing wealth. And that's, with this financial fraud system, it's checking even you that receive. They are being very conscious. Marty Cook gave us at 2002 at the NBA conference. He said, a man went to the United States, the son was graduating. And he said, wanted to give the son a gift, buy him a car. And he went to a shop and they said it's $20,000. And the man brought out $20,000. He said, no, we don't do that here. I can't take $20,000 cash from you. Go and pass through a bank. You follow me? You have to pass it through the banking system. Because they started the cash like we are trying to attempt it now. So what I'm saying is that then Nigerians had money that even the poorest person, the village will gather together and give you money to go abroad. If you spend it has what? Today, no. See, then we are not having diaspora remittance. It's a major income earner for Nigeria. So, if he now says we should do what we would have done then, he has forgotten that we don't even have. Here, we all die as it were. If you have somebody who is liberal abroad, if I tells you the number of calls he's receiving from Nigeria and what he has to send back home, you pity them. So this that he's saying, we could have done it at the time we are productive, at the time we had a good economy, at the time that, and the world knows at that time. See, Nigerians were traveling without visa, but today, you go to the embassy, people are sleeping there and crying, and they are going out of desperation. It's not as if they are going for so the embassy people are saying that if we give you a visa, you will not return. Didn't you see what Trump said of the number of people who stay over, Nigerians, as one of the people highest number that stay over with their visa? So this thing Fashola said, it would make sense if, like Chief said, our leaders understood and build our economy first, build our state. If you don't do it, you can't even respond as a giant. You are not even a giant.
Mr.
Kelly, what exactly did Fashola say?
Okay, let me see if I can quickly read it again. We're at the point where some countries have the audacity to tell us, don't come to our country.
Good.
The question is, are we submissive and surrendering and apologetic? Or are we really the giants that we are? One of the things I learned early in life is the power of the customer who is spending money. In all of those places where they are harassing us today, we go there and spend real money. And so, from a place of national pride, not a place of support for bad behavior, let us rethink how we reapproach these things. Just imagine if your neighbor said, "Don't come to my house again. I don't want to see your children here." So, what would you really be doing? Pleading with your neighbor? That's not how I was raised. So let's just think about it from that perspective.
You see, Kelly, one thing I don't understand from all that you've read is the giant seems to be a floater. He's hanging on his own. Is he giant of what? Let me understand.
We're not giants
Because he didn't mention, no, you see.
That he did not mention giant of Africa.
No, Kelly, you know that I know what giant is. And there are people from my own home. They say, at that time, a boy, he doesn't sleep on bed because he's too tall. I'm telling you, cars, he will. You see, there's a car, a truck rather, they put Austin on it. That does tun, 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 tun. That's the one he enters. Because if you enter inside, you see there's still space. Very tall, we were afraid. What kind of person is this?
But you know that he's not referring to a literal giant. He's
No,
speaking.
I'm using this literary nature.
But you also know that he's speaking metaphorically. That we're great people.
Fashola
Are we not a
cannot
great
speak
people?
more metaphorically than myself. I know what I'm saying. I'm coming. See, what I'm saying is this. With that guy, whatever grace he has, because he didn't make himself, it's his own endowment from God. Now I'm saying, that boy in the classroom did not understand what we were studying more than some of us that were Lilliputians to him then, just because of his height. We were all calling him giant. So that's the kind of position Nigeria is. If Fashola thinks we're a giant, truly we are by our population. But are we truly a giant? No, like you said, he's speaking metaphorically. It's indeed a metaphor for us because we are Lilliputians. If you check South Africa, with fewer population assets, how are they faring developmentally?
Morocco, yeah.
Better than us. So, you know, a man talks as heavy as his pocket. If Fashola wants to go to America now, he will easily jet out and go. All these things we are saying, even if they disrupt his flow of going to wherever, he will stay, finish everything, and then pay his way. He will go and come back. Now, there are people, I said a friend of mine was going to Amsterdam. He reached and they stopped him, checked everything. When they finally remember that, oh, it was a Nigerian passport we were checking. They called him back, they've released him, oh, he is far. They said, you, come back. He said, it can't be me, I've crossed that place, they've checked me. They said, you are the one, Prof, come. He came back. They said, please put that your bags down. He said, but you check, I didn't put hand and all that. They said, put it down. He put it down, they scattered everything and said, okay, nothing incriminating is found here, so you can go. The prof took offense and said, no, you have to pack all these things. You cheated, and I said you passed me and all that. You have just because of the name of the passport of my nation. That's why you called me back. The man called, one other man called him, see, don't blame us. We are acting on orders from above. Kelly, what is Fashola saying? The way you make yourself is the way others will treat you. Let him talk to government. He was part of government some time ago.
08109510951 for messages 0701-9339-962. So channels are open. We'll take your reactions at this time. Then we'll just make progress. 60 seconds per caller. Let's begin. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Dogaima. And my mentor, Chinwo. Good morning, sir.
No.
Yes. You see, from your discussion, I followed very well. I discovered that it's so difficult to make Nigeria a better place. by going to the polling unit and vote, and our vote count. From all your discussions, today at least I'm free, I took time to listen. And then, so if it is difficult for us to vote our vote count, then what are we doing as a nation? Then what are we doing as a nation? That's the question. What are we doing as a nation? And we are not supposed to even exist as a nation. Or should we ask America to come and make us the 53rd state? It is amazing. Our vote cannot count. Look
All
at
right.
the scenario you prevent maybe to be and Atiku and others. So with this money, the country cannot work. And look at what Father said.
All right, Dr. Chris. That's your time.
We don't
Thank
have
you.
the country.
Thank you.
And function.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I get to the studio. Let me react on the adoption of Kaduna worshippers. It's not a telling you this morning. And initially, the Commissioner of Police said that nothing like that. Today, regarding the names of the adopters have been reviewed. It's not good. It's like they are playing with the life of Nigeria. That's what you see happen. And the Commissioner has come out to say that was nothing like a kidnapping in a Kaduna state. It doesn't mean that those people who said that are their life, yes, it's not this. Let me take the issue of security serious. And for the issue of PDP is my party, but they are joking because it's all over the place. And the first to be candidate in 2027. Except they come together and resolve our country before we talk about 2027. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Frank. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kesky. Good morning, Sir Chifun. Good morning, the reggae. AB is calling from Port Harcourt. Mr. Kelly, adoption of church worshippers or go as whichever way you choose. Kelly, have we decided, possibly Nigerians, to take these things as normal? So let's move on. They kill, we move on. They adopt, we move on. They do whatever they want to do, we move on. Without considering that what is involved there is somebody's life. Are we playing with them? Then we allow Nigeria to do whatever they... Hey, I've said it severally that this country, if we must get it right, we want to have the table and discuss. We will negotiate Nigeria again. These leaders are deceiving us much and our lives are involved. We are being killed every day by day. They are playing on our head with our money.
That's the time, AB. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, all of you there. I want to say that concerning the issue of registration, flagging, who flags off registration. In Enugu State, deputy governor flagged off registration. Does it mean he will not register the governor? And in Lagos State, at last time I checked, it was not Sanwo-Olu. It was organizing secretary. Does it mean Sanwo-Olu will not be registered? Politics is all one way. Something definitely is all one way. Have somebody look at it. Politics is dynamic. Coordinators are appointed. That is not ceremonial where governor goes to flag off. If there is ceremonial, that is ceremonial. Thank you.
All right. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning. Andy and the rest of the girls. Yes, my name is Abakiledi.
Elder, please go on.
Yes. Nigeria indeed is the giant that it is. Despite whatever way we look at it, we are the giant of Africa. I know the number of people Nigeria produces that travel abroad and offer services. I know the things that the country is doing in many ways. So that does not mean that other countries will not regulate the way you come into their country, the way you do things with a business with them. But we are the giants that we are. Nobody should take it away from it. Nigeria is a work in progress and we must get there. Let us not be talking down on this country. This country is a very good country. Thank you.
All right. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
I'm just in the studio. Yeah, this is Joe calling from Sugar. Concerning the adoption of those church people at Kaduna. It was just yesterday the governor came out to tell us that there was no adoption. The police came out to tell us there was no adoption, that they went to the committee and they asked the youth leader, they asked everybody, and they said nothing like that. But today they have come up to tell us that yes, they adopted some persons. Kelly, with this that has happened, please, is there anything for us to trust and to put our hope in these our leaders? Is there any reason they have not gone there? They have not told us that they went to the community, they did their family wish, the youth leader told them that they was adoption. Why are they coming to tell us today that truly there was adoption? Sure. God. But it's really, really bad that our leaders that are placed there to lead us, to protect us, see what they are doing.
All right.
The community now cannot even put their hope, anything on these leaders.
Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Kiwanja. I salute you, sir. Happy New Year. Kelly, I want to first of all call this to the attention of Chief Okede that was mentioning tools which were very, very back in the early days. Did you forgot to mention the older ruling for the River State in Itona High School? Kelly, the concern you raised about the meeting from members of or members of the APC is real. The politics is dynamic. Even though in politics require much members, but you do not want people who will come and give you problems. So you don't harshly refuse to register them. You diplomatically sideline them. They may be registered, but some might not even have their membership card or see their name in the system because we have shown that they are coming to give problems. They like to keep a war, openly challenge the leader of the party, which is not a member yet. He's intending to be a member. Tell me who will register such person in his ward.
All right, Mr. Douglas. All right, thank you.
Kelly, your concern is real. Thank you so much.
Today 95.1, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning to all the guests in the studio.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Andy, and I'm calling you from Rumoboro. Kelly, as regards to the worshippers that were kidnapped, Kelly, I want to have a question. How were militants compacted, and at the end of the day, Nigerian government took over, and the militants are no longer operating for? I want to know the tax. I want to know how the plan and got credible information on how to go about that issue. It has to do with Boko Haram up till now. How many years now are dying? We are not speaking in the country. We are really playing. So now, if you know it's no God, who is that? Only that, apart from the government of not knowing you.
Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I am praying for you.
Collins, welcome.
Yes, my doctor for this is at 12. Yes. That is 230 persons kidnapped for this country. And the government don't know that many they say they kidnap such people. Commissioner of Business and Security don't know that they kidnap such a number. And up to today, the federal government have not told anything about those people. They only know their name. And they are still that country, 100 and something. How they can come and catch people? We are not so now when you listen all these things, you know that are we really we must be like, are we governed by people who have government? It's crazy. I imagine how you people are going to take you as. And government telling me we are dead of Africa. What is of Africa? What do you call Canada like a fish? So we are like a go keep it that fish.
All right.
We are going to give them money and receive them.
Thank you, Collins. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, I'm George. Welcome.
Chief loves the town.
Thank you.
Kelly, I want to talk about
Won't you greet your brother in the studio?
Good morning,
Kelly.
Kelly, your friend, Kelly, the one you. Kelly, the one you just want Kelly, I want to talk about
brother, don't worry yourself. Kelly is the opposing brother of you.
I think he did a lesson and he prayed about.
Yeah, brother, don't mind Kelly. I will meet you.
George, please go on.
Kelly, big problem between two of you.
Kelly, in fact, you're too much. Kelly, you're too much. I will send you something later.
George, make a comment. Make your comments.
Yes, sir. I want to, the statement today by National PDP Chairman, talking about the building of the presidential case to the South, eminently qualified president. I think this is when the people have realized and woke up from sleep. You know, it's difficult to wake somebody who is not pretending to be sleeping. Not that they have woke up. This was what we told them last time. Let them see, let every zone, let them show the presidential case to the South, sorry. Now they queue. It is now they have realized because some people have left the party. I think now they have realized that I will pray. They should understand where I'm going. For us in the PDP, I know we know where we are. I will know where we are going.
All right, George. Thank you. Thank you so much. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, my name is Kinsley, calling from Obogoro. Yeah, the church abduction of those worshippers, initially it was telling us that nobody kidnapped
and all of that. Later on, he came again and said to own that people were kidnapped. That is the problem we are having in the country, that people that don't even believe our government again because they don't tell us the truth. Imagine if the security agents who supposed to even know better came up in the initially to deny that nobody was kidnapped. How will they even know when all this is supposed to, before all this is happen? People that are supposed to be on ground to even give security to all these communities where all these things are happening. But I don't understand. Even here in River State, you see them on the road collecting money. When you say allegedly,
all right.
this one is not allegedly.
All right.
Go to the USC, go along the AO
For time's sake.
You see these guys collecting money.
All right. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly Chief Unduku and the guests in the studio. A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad for the thief and shine and wrong men doing wrong things in our institution. Mr. Kelly, you see, sincerely, I'm very, very sad about what is happening in our nation. Is it the one that happened in Kaduna? Is it the one that the Senate are now rushing like wildfire every time the election comes? They want to change the electoral laws to suit one man or one person or some group of people. Now, Mr. Kelly, one of it is that our institutions, they are working genuinely on, which I'm rated to 10%. I don't know, none of those institutions. Now, yesterday, there is a product I used to buy. This product, they have reduced it almost up to half of what it used to be. And they still put the same kg in that same, on that same product. Now, who are people responsible for all these things? Nobody is working again. What is happening in this country? Do we send this country and go and stay on that place?
Okay.
What do they want us to do?
Sorry. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Happy New Year once more to you and greetings to all my fellow brothers.
Robert Major, the farmer, welcome.
God bless you. The statement related to Fashola. Okay, this is what happening. Fashola, is it the former governor of Lagos State?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the Fashola?
Mm-hmm.
Prime Minister for power. I will never have power.
Super minister.
Okay. Very, very unfortunate. If those fools say we should not come to their country, they farmer like you, one farmer that they've grabbed my land, they refuse to do anything. They are buying properties in UK, in US, Europe, everywhere. Not them. It's just a joke. That is a joke. And it's a slap on the face of oppressed Nigerians. They should do that, or else let us stay here. Thank you. Good morning.
Robert Major, farmer, thank you so much. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Professor Kelly, good morning.
First lady, welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. This is to you. Good morning to our distinguished guests.
Morning, madam.
You are welcome.
Professor Kelly,
madam.
Look at this adoption. What did they come with? Did they come with bike or what did they carry this around something?
I'll get their phone number and send to you so you can ask them.
If you have their phone number, why not call them, please? They shouldn't be doing
No, I want to send you the phone number. It's better you talk to them direct.
Professor Kelly, this is nothing going on in the country. I blame Khan. He wants to tell me that if Khan, they know what they are doing. They stand their ground. Organize it up men of God in Nigeria. They must stand to ask for us and speak with the government of the that they will not listen to them, that they will not know what to do, that they just hold their hand and watch Nigerians thinking. And the same time came up and said that there is nothing existing in the country. Look at what we are going through. They are trying to be a Nigerian. They should stand up. These people say they are Christians. They should pray the role of Christians, not to find the Bible day. People like Elijah, they stood before the government can come challenge them. What is going on?
All right, First Lady.
I'm not happy.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Today 95.1. Good morning.
God bless you, my beloved brothers in the studio. My name is Irene Samson. I'm calling from the store of Abawu and the man of the club. You can imagine 217 Nigerians we are just kidnapped like that. What they used to come back all these people, my beloved brother? I am asking you, my nation fighting with any other nation. Continue to hear of this system. I don't want to know Christian or Muslim. They are all Nigerians. How long can we continue this way? How long? We elect our leaders to ensure that there is safety of life and property. Are we receiving those? What our gladiators abolishers do? What we know is all about the politics. Forget about the needful. We should continue. We should continue this way. Our gladiators continue looking at Nigeria. They should continue oppressing Nigeria, kidnapping us. Continue.
All right, sir. That's your time. Thank you. Final call to the 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Well done.
Let me give my father in the studio.
Good morning, my brother.
Thank you, Kelly. You're responding. You're giving us more time. We want to stay. We are trying to go to the state and this country. Thank you for spending our time. I don't like talking about, but I have to talk about the security. When we have leaders who don't think they are about the people, they will give you excuse. If you are not ready to sacrifice for the people, don't leave, don't go, don't try. How come people come to my community, carry 1, 2, 300, and they be telling me that don't go fit work now. Sometimes I know the Kelly. He's not putting to Abuja, just make the people, do their people, and left. Finish. I can God bless you. Sir, please, I need your number. Please, sir.
Thank you, God bless you.
All right, Wellington, that's it. Let's read some of your messages and then we will listen to the voice notes as well. So I'll go to Facebook first, read some of those messages there. Go to X, read a few from there. Then we'll come to the traditional SMS and WhatsApp channel. On Real Talk, Chiziho Emmanuel, borrow and still tax the people more. I can't trust this man. The Paradise King, I'm feeling like the minister was short of a storyline to tell the public. I tell you, even a little baby born today in Nigeria will never trust Wale Edun. It's very embarrassing that a country like Nigeria with so many natural resources would always bench up to 50% of our budget on borrowing with a high interest rate. Amity Prince, what have you done differently that will stop you from borrowing? What is the strength of our GDP? How many investors did you guys bring to the country? Standard ability attribute, I do not trust them. Why I don't trust them is because they don't keep to their promise. Trust those who keep their words and show that they care. Francis Ewong, trusting this government on matters of borrowing is like assuming without conceding. It is frivolously disintended or distended and appalling to reason. The Tinubu-led government has enthroned borrowing and will not back down. Lorenzo Delight, if there are strong modalities or policies that will make it work, I will believe them. Morgan Kenneth Hosfall, KM Hosfall, good morning everyone. The comment is the statement of no substance. Amen Arasowan, hope is not a business strategy. We are credit worthy, so borrowing continues. Alabo Ibieneye Amakri, capital NO, that is no. So that was for opinion poll, general post. Dr. Mr. Sema Alibra from Owerri, all that this government is good at is borrow and keep borrowing for trivialities and frivolities. How can we keep borrowing for consumption instead of production and servicing rubber stamp lawmakers with jumbo allowances and provocative remunerations? If I'm Fred, PDP's only presidential ticket to the South, what an irony. It's the same thing Wike was saying, that is the son of the South. PDP just shot themselves on the foot. After knowing the truth, they are the ones that destroys the PDP. And Chukudi Banugu puts it this way, on the abduction of 177 worshippers. This is too bad. My question remains, where did they keep these number of people? Which road do they pass? Is there no police checkpoints in those places? As we've always seen here, there are things we don't know. Amity Prince, our ticket is open to any southern candidate, says PDP. Who is in PDP again to contest? PDP should accept my condolences, though I am disappointed in them. All right, those are some of the contributions on Facebook. Let's switch gears now to X. Let's see what's happening there. Just give me a moment. Let me just call up what's happening by the X channel in a moment. Okay. Osborne Essien. Good morning, Kelly. All Nigerians need at this moment is to wipe off these political businessmen out of the surface of Nigeria. How would they do that? Wipe them off. How would they do it? All right, 01. Oh, we called the phone numbers already, so my bad. We've taken calls. Let's read some messages from WhatsApp and then we'll listen to your voice notes. Good morning, Kelly. From the 7 a.m. news, mentioned that contractors are still owed their monies after completing the contracts. Most of these contractors took loans from banks with accruing high interest. Yet, government is wasting scarce foreign exchange for propaganda, which has no economic value to the masses. These contractors will be owing the workers school fees, rents, etc. Our problem is with the wrong policies of governments, the natural causes. Find out. You sent this message. Thank you. Let's go back. This will be next. Hi, Kelly. Considering Ojikalo's recent comments, I think he feels in his mind that Abia State is his private empire where he dictates and chooses who leads. Unfortunately, he's living in an illusion. Because of the brand of our politics, Nigerian politicians have shamelessness as a value or a virtue. If not, somebody like him should not be talking, and I hope he understands that we Abians are taking note of his utterances, and I also hope that tomorrow he will not deny his comments. How will you send that message? Thank you. Okay, some more. Good morning, panelists. Jonathan must be very careful not to be deceived by those calling or advising him to contest again as PDP presidential candidate here in Nigeria. Engineer Madisoki from Ruma Parallel Akbo. You sent that message. Thank you. Hi, Kelly. Concerning the Minister of Finance speech, himself knows that he's not telling the truth, and he knows it. Before 6 months' time, you will see that they will come up with one excuse to tell seeking for loans. So I cannot believe him because he's not saying the truth. Eric, you sent that message. Thank you. Good morning to the FM on the issue of the government should begin now to do something. Are you talking about the abduction? Before it becomes... Okay. Jima from Miami Range. I tried. There was just no way of getting around it. Okay. A funny country indeed. At the point in this country where we are fighting for economic liberation, people will be fighting themselves verbally on social media, forgetting that these two leaders, Atiku and Obi, had run on a joint ticket. I've always rooted for Atiku from the days of the Buhari regime. Atiku even may just have been the best man for the job, whom Nigerians may not have known. People don't like him because the people they converse, associate, do not like him. Here Atiku could do this. Here Atiku could be the stone which the builders rejected, that should or has now become the chief cornerstone. All right, Jay from Aji, that's your contribution. Thank you. I held the court for taking a decisive decision concerning Samuel Ayanwo's case. He has tactically retired himself politically as he remains partyless for now. Kama is loading. Abayo Kingsley from Rumokuta, you sent that message. Thank you. Sanusi going back to school. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. It goes to show that knowledge is still power, even though some people say education is a scam. It is not, it is power. Going back to study the law, he will now understand the workings of the law better. Mina in Elene, you sent that message. Thank you. Okay, Wellington, you called already, so thank you. It's good to hear that Chinwo is now an APC member. This is fascinating. But I would like to ask, is an APC member in support of Fubara and Ashiwaju? Has he abandoned Peter Obi, Emmanuel Godwin? He has answered this question before, so. You said so, you've responded, so let's move on. If APC members shuts members out, then there may be, like what happened in 2019, the likes of Magnus Abe took the APC to court for shutting off their supporters, and it caused APC not being on the ballot. So the APC should tread cautiously. Bob from Port Harcourt. Well, the way you're stating is not quite the way it happened, though. Their disputes started from the congresses. Started from their party congresses. That's what their disputes started from, their congresses. So it wasn't about who is a member, who's not a member. It was about the Congress. There was a court order that said to not proceed further. They proceeded. That's where the problem started from. The morning care and panelists, one of the greatest problems of Governor Fubara is his association with Amechi APC guys. Atiku's strongest supporters in rivers like Secondus, Omeya, Okocha, etc. I'm positive that Wike is making use of these points to taint the governor. Wike is some steps ahead of the governor in this fight. Chief Okafo from Aba, he sent this message. All right, so this will be the last within our threshold. On the budget of 2026 relying on not borrowing, I wish to say that the issue is not borrowing, rather what the managers of the economy do with the money that might be borrowed. John Owago, he sent this message. Can I squeeze in one more? Let's see. Good morning, Kelly and the guest in the studio. Please educate us. The confinement of Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON, on billionaire businessman Geba Shagore, does that mean that he can give command to our military? Chinwe is my name. Well, it's only the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, that can give command to the military, and that is the president. Yes.
Not the one that has left office.
Exactly, the one that is in office, because I'm former president at GCFR. So GCFR is reserved for only the president and former presidents. So it is the current president that is the commander-in-chief. Only that commander-in-chief can command the military. In as much as Shagore has the same title with vice president of Nigeria, doesn't mean that he can command the military. No. Anyway, if that helps. Yeah, you've not heard? GCON.
No, I don't follow Nigerian news, let me tell you.
Oh.
I'll go and watch football and also. It's on social media.
All right. Let's listen to some of your voice notes, yeah? This one.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year to you all. Uncle Kelly, good morning. Uncle Kelly, hey. Uncle Kelly, Uncle Kelly, away. You said the night you thought that's what they finally agreed for something happened. Uncle Kelly, please. You know how you read that thing yesterday? Their words was so clear that nothing happened. From the local government, the committee chairman also, everyone said, all the security, they said nothing of such happened. So this morning they make a U-turn and say it happened. Wait, who will pay for this lie? Who is going to pay for the lie? Who will pay? God bless the internet. God bless the internet. Who know how many lies they've told our forefathers? Who know how many lies we have been into to date? Who know how many lies? Hey, I mean.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much. It sounds like some of the things that I would do. So, it's some of my terrible manners. Anyway. All right, so let's read some of the messages from the traditional SMS channel. Finance Minister, we're going to rely less on borrowing. For me, I think he's talking to a bus driver that has no conductor, not me. Let's watch out how it goes. Austin George from Rumomo, he sent that message. Thank you. Greetings, Mr. Kelly. From the governor that said, okay, the deputy governor, former deputy governor that said Islamic principles will help Nigeria. Please, you should collaborate with Borno, Plateau, Niger, Kaduna, Kebbi states to tackle the insurgency. If it works, then the federal government may consider his opinion. Abraham Chimenu, you sent a message. Thank you. Okay. All right. Stay from Port Harcourt. Let's see your message. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly and the Commando Joe. He has good intentions, but the bad ex will still want to sabotage his good works. Police assault, unfortunate. Mr. Dennis, you sent that. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly, and all the guests. Dati Ahmed. No, it's not Dati, it's Baba Ahmed. That's his brother. His brother, actually. I said it all. Someone that doesn't give shishi won't like open contest. Also, article statement is affable. Please, you should play a fatherly role by stepping down. God's time from Port Harcourt. You send a message. If the APC, Bob, I read this message on WhatsApp, so let's move on. Mr. Law, kidnapping of Nigerians has been going from bad in the PDP days to worse and to worse since APC came to power 10 years ago. Okay. You say who was politicizing kidnapping during PDP days and who is politicizing it now that APC is in power? Democracy is not good for Nigeria. Mr. Law, that's a position. Thank you. Bachelor's comment is apt and on point. Take the message, leave the messenger. Honorable Malon, that's a contribution. All right. Then the last one. You heard Fashola, right? Wike will not say a thing like that. All he knows. Okay, don't see why you're dragging Wike into this one. Well, we have to go. It's 14 past 11. Thank you all for being part of the conversation this morning. Some of our panelists left already. Let me just acknowledge them. Andy Akotive, Arthur Thinker, he had to leave. Chief Love JP Square, political, public analyst, social commentator, voice of a K Nation living in River State. Chief, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lydia. I hope to be here again by next week.
Hail your chairman for me. I saw him.
I will find out because what you're saying, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you. We're looking for the opportunity once more to address our people.
All right. And Ms. Emmanuel Imbikwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show, everyone. Hola.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
Get ready to experience an unusual move of God as Reach for Christ presents Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade featuring salvation, deliverance, healing, miracles, and lots more. Ministering Pastor E.A. Adeboye, General Overseer, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor K.K. Ndukwe, Pastor Sojioni, Reverend Minaibi, Dagogo Jack, and other anointed men of God. Ministering in songs, Shema Jesus, Mr. L.L. Revelation, Praise Emmanuel, and other anointed ministers. Date 21st January 2026. Time 3 p.m. Venue River State University Football Field besides Convocation Arena, Mpolo Milesway, Diobu, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't be left out. It's your day of visitation. Jesus is Lord forever.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 21st January. In 1924, Vladimir Lenin, the leader of the Bolsheviks revolution and the founder of the Soviet Union, died of a stroke at the age of 53. In 1954, the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarine, was launched in Groton, Connecticut. In 1967, Nigeria faced growing political tension as the eastern region, led by Lieutenant Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu, voiced opposition to the federal government, allowing the January 1966 coup. In 1976, the first Concorde commercial flight took off from London and Paris, marking the beginning of the supersonic passenger travel. In 1998, Pope John Paul II arrived in Cuba, marking the first papal visit to the country and a significant moment in the relationship between the Catholic Church and the Cuban government. And in 2017, millions of people participated in the worldwide women's marches protesting against gender inequality and other social vices following Donald Trump's inauguration as U.S. president.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Well, every morning gives us the opportunity. Every day gives us the chance to live better, do better, speak better. I mean, just do everything the right way. Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima.
And I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Well, today we're going to get into some of the stories making the round in the world of entertainment. We do this for you Monday through Friday, 11:30 to 12, getting into the news, the gist, the gossip, the trends.
The drama,
right here.
everything.
Absolutely, right here on Today 95.1 FM.
And we're also going to be talking about, like, there's this story going about Wizkid and
Cute. I mean, isn't
Shehu
Shehu
Kuti.
Kuti? Yeah, they've been having back and forth on Twitter. I've been following the story, so we're going to talk about that. And then this oversharing culture where people have to post something every single time. You know, you're seeing yourself posting something. Is it out of pressure, or you don't want to miss out on the? I also have something going for me. Like there's a whole lot of things going to happen. Just stay tuned.
Absolutely. So we're going to get into all of that. You don't want to miss anything. Oversharing culture. Do you even think people are oversharing? And who begins to talk about Ifela and Nicola Bokuti and does a comparison? Who started the comparison? Why is it a conversation that we're having at this moment? Now I saw that, Fela is not the one who brought about Afrobeat. So calm down, Shehu Kuti.
And they are disrespecting that man too much.
Someone said, let the dead just rest. We'll get into all of that. I would also know what your thought is about oversharing on social media. Let's begin with the news from the foreign scene. Warner Bros. May be for sale, but the studio's acclaimed hits, Sinners and One Battle After Another, are expected to dominate the Oscar nominations when the Academy announces its final contenders on Thursday. Both are tipped to rake up a dozen or more nods for Hollywood's grandest award ceremony, from Best Picture and Best Actor to the new Best Casting prize. The rare and enviable position of a single Hollywood studio boasting the two clear Oscars frontrunners ironically comes in what could be Warner Bros.'s swan song year as independent distributor. Warner Bros. Is a target of a fierce bidding war between Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix. Yet, despite the struggles of its parent company, Warner Bros. Discovery, the storied movie studio has enjoyed the banner year, bucking Tinseltown's obsession with sequels and backing original fare from auteur filmmakers. Sinners, a blues-inflected period horror film about the segregated U.S. South, comes from Black Panther director Ryan Coogler. It is expected to land the Best Actor nomination for Michael B. Jordan, who plays two twins battling vampires and racists in 1930s Mississippi, plus everything from screenplay to score. According to Variety Awards expert Clayton Davis, Sinners could break the all-time record for most nominations by a single film, currently 14 by All Above, Eve, Titanic, and La La Land. Coogler is rewriting the math entirely and could enter a statistically stratosphere no filmmaker has ever touched Davis wrote. But so far, this award season, Paul Thomas Anderson, whose formidable eclectic filmography runs from Boogie Nights to The Three Will Be Blood, has won almost every prize, going for one battle after another. Also, Netflix has updated its offer for Warner Bros. Discovery streaming and film business and will pay completely in cash as it looks to fend off rival Paramount Skydance in pursuit of the Hollywood studio. The move amends the streaming giant's original offer, which would have funded the transaction using the mix of cash and shares. In a joint announcement, Netflix and Warner Bros. Said the change would provide more certainty to shareholders and enable them to vote the deal through more quickly. The update comes as Paramount Skydance presses on with its rival bid to buy Warner Bros. Despite being repeatedly rebuffed. Netflix's plan would give the streaming giant ownership of Warner Bros.'s rich library, which includes franchises such as Harry Potter and Game of Thrones, as well as streaming service HBO Max. It has offered to pay $27.75 per share for the streaming and film businesses, or roughly $72 billion, a price that remains unchanged. The transaction, including debt, values the enterprise at roughly $82 billion. Warner Bros. Shareholders will also receive shares in the other parts of Warner Bros., including news channel CNN, which is set to be spun off as a separate publicly traded company. Paramount, which is backed by tech billionaire Larry Ellison and his family, has argued that those networks are worth far less than Warner Bros. Is hoping, meaning its 30% share or $108 billion overall offer the company is superior. It has kept up its campaign to buy the firm, recently suing Warner Bros. To compel the company to release the financial details of the Netflix offer. The leadership at Warner Bros. Has stuck by Netflix for now, questioning how Paramount is putting together the money to finance its deal. Our amended agreement with Netflix is a testament to the board's unrelenting focus on representing and advancing our stockholders' interests, said Samuel D. Piazza, Jr., chair of the Warner Bros. Discovery Board of Directors.
They dropped again in after-hours trading on Tuesday, despite the firm posting a strong performance for the last 3 months of 2025. The firm also emphasized its plans to invest in production in the U.S. Well, actor and comedian Russell Brand has been granted bail after being accused of 2 further sex offenses, including rape. The 50-year-old appeared via video link from the U.S. for the 6-minute hearing at Westminster Magistrates Court on Monday afternoon, wearing a partially unbuttoned denim shirt. He spoke only to confirm his name and date of birth. Well, Brand previously denied 2 counts of rape, 1 count of indecent assault, and 2 counts of sexual assault in relation to alleged offenses between 1999 and 2005 involving 4 women. The 2 latest offences are 1 for rape and 1 for sexual assault, which are both alleged to have taken place in London in 2009, according to court documents. In relation to the 5 original charges, a trial is scheduled to begin at Southwark Crown Court later this year. Detectives began investigating allegations into Brand, which came to light following reporting from the Sunday Times, the Times and Channel 4's dispatches in September 2023. Brand, who was born in Essex, rose to fame as a stand-up comedian and became a household name as host of TV shows such as Big Brother's Big Mouth, and with his own radio program on stations including BBC Radio 2 and 6 Music. He went on to establish a Hollywood career starring in films including Forgetting Sarah, Marshall and Get Him to the Greek. Well, controversial singer Habib Portable Okikiola has regained freedom after spending a week in police detention over an alleged assault on police officers and other individuals. The singer was remanded by Federal High Court sitting in Nota, Ogun State on 13th of January 2026 for allegedly assaulting police officers and other individuals at his bar in the Yani-Olukbo area on the 1st of January 2026. He was arraigned on a 9-count charge bordering on assault, theft, causing harm and resisting arrest. He was also accused of stealing a Mercedes-Benz 300 valued at 12 million naira. The Spider-Man crooner was denied bail due to the absence of a police officer involved, then remanded in police custody by the court. However, in a viral video on X, Portable celebrated his release with his associates. In the clip, they surrounded the singer, insisting he had been wrongly accused and was innocent of the charges against him, even bestowing on him a new nickname, Innocenti. Or talking movies, where actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has achieved a significant milestone with her 2025 film Behind the Scenes, grossing over $256 in Canada and $249 in North America. The film has become the highest grossing Nollywood release, pushing Akindele's Nigeria and Ghana box office earnings to over 2.2 billion naira. In a statement on Instagram, Akindele expressed her gratitude to fans in Canada, US, Nigeria and Ghana, attributing her success to God's mercy and her fans' unwavering love. To Nigeria and Ghana, my precious family, thank you for always standing with me. You inspire me, you push me, and you remind me why I do this. This journey has taught me that while hard work, consistency, and growth are important, it is truly God's mercy and your unwavering love that make everything come together. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for riding this journey with me. I am forever grateful. Well, lastly on the news, where Wizkid has addressed the escalating online clash between his fans and Seun Kuti, the Afrobeat musician and son of late music icon Fela Kuti. The dispute began last week after Seun 43 accused Wizkid's fan base, popularly known as Wizkid FC, of disrespecting his father's legacy by comparing Fela to the Grammy-winning star. On Tuesday evening, the 35-year-old made in Lagos hitmaker took to his Instagram story, where he appeared to vent his anger at Seun through a series of posts. Wizkid first shared a video of a woman delivering a fiery critique of Seun in Yoruba. She suggested that Wizkid's international success has helped keep younger generations interested in Fela's legacy. Seun Kuti's family, is this how you will be looking at this bro until he enters the market because he has been using 7 days and 7 nights to act insane? She asked. You're cursing people's children. Wizkid then went further by directly attacking Seun in a string of blunt posts in which he declared himself greater than Fela and insulted the Afrobeat singer. Well, this has got a number of people talking.
Choosing sides. Which side are you on?
That's a very difficult question. That's because I don't like to take sides, or I'm not supposed to take sides. But then it's there's just a number of things to to talk about in this issue. First, fans of Wizkid started this whole thing. Fans. Now, not Wizkid. And that's the problem with the whole, with the industry. We've seen, especially for artists, we see how Davido's fans and Wizkid's fans are just all about who is the
Going at each
greatest
other.
and all. And it's so difficult not to let these people come into this matter, because you can have fans all over and they're talking and something just happens and incites you and you just have to respond. So I think that it's the issue of fans just teaming behind someone and trying to create this problem all the time is totally unnecessary. But hey, you can shut people's mouth.
And then you can also control these fans because they are rooting for you. So if I'm like doing this thing, and I feel like at some point they were waiting for Whiskey to say something, and now he said something, everybody's like, yay, finally.
Because they started it, and Shehu Kuti being, very reactionary. Shehu Kuti is very reactionary and very vocal with his thoughts. He's one activist, singer and activist. He picked it up and started talking and said a lot of things about Wizkid. Now, that's the point, because Wizkid didn't say anything about Fela. So Shehu Kuti says a lot about Wizkid and tells Wizkid to hold his fans. And now Wizkid decides to respond in this manner, saying, what would you do? I am greater than your father. Is that statement true, though?
It's not.
Okay. And I saw this post. We're going to get into all of that, right? I saw this post where someone said, oh, Fela is not the originator of Afrobeats, because they've given him the credit all these years, saying that he started Afrobeats and his music and all of that. And now this person says, Fela didn't create Afrobeat. He stole it from Orlando, Julius Ekemodo, Sam Clef alleges, Sam Clef. And this is becoming heated on social media. Fela Kuti can't even stand King Sunny Ade's music achievements. Now, this is bringing up so much that I don't know if the internet is ready
why
for.
Why does this really matter? Are we not supposed to be pushing Afrobeat like something that is coming from Africa or Nigeria? Why does it matter who brings it up or who didn't originate it or who didn't start it? Why are we going back and forth with this?
And there's a response where a Wizkid's associate says to Shehu Kuti, Wizkid is the major reason your father is still relevant. Wizkid associate says Wizkid has given credits to your father's songs and then started off bringing up some of the Afrobeat sound, and it's just a lot that everybody is saying right now, and this comparison is really unnecessary. And what we're going to do is, after the song, we'll come back and continue this conversation, because we want to reel out achievements and in history and what music is now, if this comparison is necessary and this rift is even truly necessary. But away from that too, we're talking about social media and oversharing, and people come up and put out information out there saying, telling people about their life, showing everything about their life. I don't know. Do you think that it's necessary to put out everything about your life on social media? Do you even think people are putting out everything? I don't think people are putting out everything.
I feel like certain things are necessary, because if you keep quiet, people just think you don't have a lot going on for you. That's just true.
So as a celebrity, or just...
No, as a random person, you don't have to put it on the celebrity level. You could just, like, maybe a graduation, you post it, wow, I'm done with school.
Yes.
It's a convocation, you're getting married. These things are just natural. People expect you to put it out there. If you're not putting it out there, I don't know. Depression will kill you.
Social media is like a CV now.
Exactly.
But people actually, you want to get a job, some people go through your social media to see what's happening there. Maybe not to check up what's been happening in your life, like wins and all, but know what kind of stuff you put out.
And the caliber of
and the
person
person you are, your character and all. I get it. It's like social media is it's CV, your resume. You have to put it out there, or you're losing out, missing out, fear of missing out. Is that what it is? Tell us what you think. 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. Do you think that people are oversharing these days? Is it necessary? Or, that's it. That's the trend. That's what it should be. Are you even on social media? Do you put out everything about your life, or so many things about your life on social media? Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Or drop a comment on Facebook. It's Today95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. It's still entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
50 albums. 50 albums. Like, I'm not sure if Wizkid has done that, but I understand why people are thinking, I mean, Fela is the whatever Afrobeat legend or something, but 50 albums, that's a whole lot. And then also, there's something about his genre, you know, funk, jazz, salsa. Like, there's so many things. These are very, very untapped, I mean, genre in Nigerian music. So doing something like this, oh my God, that's a whole lot.
Then this is an angle that Daddy Freeze takes. Take a listen to him.
Came. Fela would have been in prison. That was 1995. I was fresh in university. Fela was not a troublemaker. Fela was a freedom fighter. We are talking about music. I cannot talk about Fela if I don't talk about everything he stood for. The agitation and the music went hand in glove.
Take it easy on our Wizkid. Wizkid is just a contemporary singer. Like, jeez.
He's just a what?
He's just he's a normal person. You are taking it too much. Fela is an activist. He has stood for that for long years. Like, our parents know this was what he was fighting. It was evident in his songs and so many things. The way people want Wizkid to just measure up to him, like, so fast. No, please, Wizkid is our GOAT and we still rate him. Please, take it easy on him.
That's the angle that Daddy Freeze is saying, that Fela was not just an artist, he was an activist. He fought the government. If he were alive today, he would continue doing that through his songs. That maybe Wizkid should try doing that, and then they can do a comparison. But then, did Sheo even outrightly call Wizkid out? That's another question. Because... But I mean, Anastasia, just thinking about this a little deeply, I'm like, all of this, is it truly necessary? And I hope this is me in my head. I hope this is not normal for us to talk about Fela and talk about Wizkid, or talk about Wizkid. 2 days ago, we saw Shehu Kuti giving hugs to P Square. Was it Peter now? The person he lambasted in 2023 called him out. And it's like, why are they giving themselves hugs like that? Like nothing even happened. I mean, they were literally exchanging words, banter for banter.
And you know the funny thing, like when they resolve, these fans will still resolve.
Everybody's going to move on. But then it's for everyone would have their take. A lot of people just think that a Fela comparison to a Wizkid is very unnecessary,
true,
and really uncalled for. And maybe these fans can just stay calm, support your person, enjoy their music, and leave bringing heads together. They've done the Davido and Wizkid thing for a very long time. They've moved from there. Now it's a Fela and a Wizkid. Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, the big three comparison. Now is a Fela and a Wizkid. Who knows what next comparison we'll be looking at? So it's just a lot that these fans, they go bring your leg outside. The support.
Day of visitation. Jesus.
Bring balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM. Fort Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government announced commencement of PTDF overseas scholarship scheme. River State government reaffirms commitment to overhaul state's healthcare delivery system. On the foreign scene, Syrian government announced 4-day ceasefire with Kurdish forces. Now the detail. The federal government has announced the commencement of applications for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund Overseas Scholarship Scheme. In a post shared through X, formerly Twitter, by the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on social media, Dada Olusegun Government said the scheme avails opportunities for Nigerian postgraduate students to study in the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Malaysia. According to the statement on the Scholarship Board website, the scheme targets MSc and PhD candidates in disciplines relevant to the oil and gas sector, offering benefits such as tuition, return flight tickets, accommodation, and living allowances, health insurance, and bench fees where applicable. The agency emphasized that the scholarships are highly competitive, stressing that only candidates who demonstrate outstanding merit and suitability will be considered. It added that applicants will be evaluated based on academic credentials, research proposals, membership in professional bodies, and the relevance of their studies to the oil and gas industry. The All Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria, ICANN, has vowed to continue its protest until the federal government pays its alleged outstanding debt, which the group has pegged at 4.7 trillion naira. The vow followed after the contractors staged a protest at the premises of the Federal Ministry of Finance against the non-payment of the alleged debt. The association's president, Jackson Ifeanyi, who warned that they will continue to push for the payment of the monies, claimed that the federal government issued payment warrants which had no cash backing, alleging that they were dud checks. During the protest, the contractors claimed the federal government did not release the monies earmarked for them in the 2024-2025 budgets. The protest was the continuation of demonstrations by the contractors over the alleged non-payment of monies for projects executed. Recall that in November 2025, these contractors also took their protest to the National Assembly and the Ministry's complex. Last month, President Bola Tinubu set up a committee to resolve the debt owed to the contractors, which was then pegged at 1.5 trillion naira. However, Ifeanyi accused the government of trying to divert attention from the matter. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, has urged the federal government to urgently conclude renegotiations with non-teaching university unions. The non-teaching unions include SANU, the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions, NASU, and the National Association of Academic Technologists, NAT. SANU President Mohammed Ibrahim made the call in Abuja in reaction to the recent signing of a renegotiated agreement between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. He said the ASU agreement was commendable but insufficient to guarantee lasting industrial peace across universities. According to him, total stability requires similar urgency in concluding negotiations with other university-based unions. Ibrahim described the situation as not yet through, warning that unresolved negotiations could trigger fresh tensions, while noting that the unions were parties to outstanding 2009 agreements yet to be fully implemented. Ibrahim noted that discussions had commenced and urged the government to conclude them promptly. The National Youth Service Corps, NYC, has issued a travel and safety advisory to prospective corps members of the 2026 Batch A Stream 1, urging them to prioritize their safety while traveling to their orientation camps. In a post through its X handle, the NYC said corps members must undertake their journeys only during the daytime, warning against night travel due to increased security and road safety risks. It also called on travelers to share their live location with family members or trusted contacts throughout their journey, noting that this could be helpful in emergencies. While urging corps members to speak up if drivers engage in speeding or reckless driving, NYC emphasized that silence in such situations could put lives at risk. It also stressed the importance of keeping mobile phones fully charged and carrying power banks to ensure constant communication during travel. The NYC reiterated its commitment to the safety and well-being of all corps members and urged strict adherence to the guidelines as the 2026 Batch A Stream 1 orientation exercise approaches. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The Rivers State government has reaffirmed its commitment to a comprehensive overhaul of the state's healthcare delivery system through an integrated and people-focused approach. The River State Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Maodu, spoke during the commissioning of the revitalized Model Primary Healthcare Center and the flag-off of a 2-day free medical outreach program at Akabuka in Oba Ebemandoni local government area. Professor Maodu commended the state governor, Siminala Yufubara, for his strong political will and unwavering commitment to transforming the health sector, noting that the current administration has introduced a unique and comprehensive health package that integrates primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, and health insurance. The deputy governor explained that through the River State Contributory Health Protection Program, vulnerable groups, including the elderly, pregnant women, and children under 5, now have access to healthcare services free of charge. Professor Maodu also lauded the Commissioner for Health, Adesi Ore, and the entire health team for their collaborative efforts, while appreciating the Akabuka community for taking ownership of the project.
We have never had where there is a combination of secondary, primary, and then the health insurance as a total package for the health sector. Because with this approach, it is so amazing that you have the healthcare delivery that people within the vulnerable groups, the elderly, the pregnant women, the children below 5 years, can access health care free of charge through the insurance component headed by Betty Agala, the ES of River State. I want to appreciate you very deeply, Madam Commissioner, because the collaborative potentials of your team is amazing.
In her address, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Ore, said the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board has shown strong commitment to expanding and improving the quality of healthcare services at the grassroots. She noted that the revitalization of primary healthcare centers under the Governor Fubara-led administration underscores the importance of strengthening the referral pathway, ensuring that patients with complicated conditions can be promptly referred to secondary and tertiary health facilities for advanced care.
The Primary Healthcare Management Board has demonstrated its commitment and willingness to continue to expand and improve on the quality of healthcare service delivery at our community levels. They've embarked on a week of commissionings of revitalized primary healthcare centers, and this is just one of those. To demonstrate to the communities, the commissioning also has the outreach aspect, which introduces the services that are available on a day-to-day basis to the communities free of charge.
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Jibola Properties Limited, Bolaji Oshobukola, has met with the Akbol Council of Chiefs to address misconceptions surrounding the Unity Court layout in Mbodoalu community. The meeting followed misinformation that escalated into tension and reportedly led to an invasion by some OSPAC members, during which Apostle Stephen Macha was shot. Speaking to the council, Bolaji Oshobukola explained that Unity Court layout is a lawful development acquired through valid transactions with reputable associations, including the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Association of Medical Doctors, and the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, who he represents as developer.
The Akwa Royal Majesty called to know what is actually happening. We have come to clear him, and he has seen it too, that the Odibola as a company is a company established under the law to do development, not to perpetrate crime, not to do land grabbing. You know, people try to make criminality look good by calling land grabbers. Land grabbers are criminal, and anything that has to do with criminality, you can't find Odibola there. And we tell people, when you hear stories, do your due diligence and verification. So we have answered them today by their invitation to tell them our own side of the story, and they have heard and they have seen and they have made pronunciation that they will also find out most of the things we said and get back to us. We are a company that operates under rules and regulations, and we don't violate the law.
He dismissed claims of illegal possession of the properties, noting that a competent court has affirmed ownership of the land originally purchased from the Okachi family of Mbodo Alu.
You know, when you talk about rulemaking, people think you are talking about rulemaking as a whole. There are a set of criminals that have, used the name of the community to perpetrate criminality. Who organized this OSPAC and the criminals that came to attack in Unity Estate? People in the estate destroy cars, destroy properties, and the purpose actually is to make the public feel that the place is chaotic, thinking we are going to retaliate, or we have people in the bush that carries harm that will respond. But, if you are working according to the law, you don't need criminals to help you. So for me, I've
have never believed in criminality. We did settlement on behalf of the Association of Medical Doctors, UPTA chapter. We are also there on behalf of the Unique Choba Cooperative Society, ASU, and we are there for ASU, Academic Staff Union of Polytechnic, Elechi Amadi chapter.
On their part, the Akbol Council of Chiefs, while pledging their support for Odibola properties, explained that it is to ensure legitimate development. They also called for the release of innocent detainees and insisted that those who committed the crimes must face the law, stressing that Akbol Kingdom will not encourage illegality. Speaking after the first mediation meeting, the youth president of Akbol Youth Assembly, Wali Azubike, emphasized the kingdom's commitment to maintain peaceful environment.
I had made some findings. Of course, I am in a fact-finding mission. I've gone to Rumekini. I've met the paramount ruler of Rumekini, and I said I'll have to consider it twice to see the chairman of the Debola properties. It is not bad that someone has come to develop their kingdom. It's good that you hear the two sides of the story. You will not hear from one point and ignore the other point.
On the foreign scene, the Syrian government has announced a 4-day ceasefire with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, after the army continues to seize a territory in the country's northeast following lightning advances. The Syrian army announced the ceasefire, which came into effect at 8 p.m. yesterday. It also said it had asked the SDF to provide the name of a candidate for the role of assistant to the defense minister in Damascus as part of efforts to integrate the Kurds into the Syrian state. The SDF confirmed it had accepted the ceasefire and said it would not engage in any military action unless attacked. However, shortly after the ceasefire came into effect, the SDF claimed that government-allied groups were launching an attack using heavy weapon on the village of Tal Baraut along the Abiyad Road south of Hasaka. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has announced the commencement of applications for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund Overseas Scholarship Scheme. We told you that the River State government has reaffirmed its commitment to a comprehensive overhaul of the state's healthcare delivery system through an integrated and people-focused approach. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the Syrian government has announced a 4-day ceasefire with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. That was the news as edited by Sandra Kenneth. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade. Port Harcourt City, get ready to experience an unusual move of God as Rich for Christ presents Light Up Port Harcourt Crusade, featuring salvation, deliverance, healing, miracles, and lots more. Ministering Pastor E.A. Adeboye, General Overseer, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor K.K. Ndukwe, Pastor Sojioni, Reverend Minaibi, Dagogo Jack, and other anointed men of God. Ministering in songs, Shema Jesus, Mr. L.L. Revelation, Praise Emmanuel, and other anointed ministers. Date 21st January 2026. Time 3 p.m. Venue River State University Football Field besides Convocation Arena, Mpolo Milesway, Diobu, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't be left out. It's your day of visitation. Jesus is Lord forever.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko. For herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking itself, sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important, to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age, in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Office with me, Hannah Gelbart. So to break this down, we have got our reporter Natalia Jimenez joining us from New York. Hey.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And we have Jackie Wakefield, who's our global disinformation reporter, here with me in the studio in London. Hey.
Hello.
So Natalia, first off with you, where did this idea come from that the moon landings are a hoax?
It's not a new idea. It's not a new conspiracy. It didn't just appear on TikTok. It's actually been part of the conversation for a while, ever since the moon landing happened, the first one in 1969. And to put it in context, this was a time when kind of mistrust in the government was prevalent. So at the time, the Vietnam War was happening. People thought that the government wasn't being fully honest with the public. So when Bill Kaysing, a writer in the U.S., published this booklet claiming that NASA faked the moon landings in the 1970s, it kind of sparked debate. And when I say NASA, I mean the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration. They take care of all of the U.S. kind of space missions.
So I want to get into some of those theories now with Jackie. What are the main reasons that people say that the moon landings didn't happen?
So there's a couple of the main theories that you kind of see bouncing around. So the first is that the flag is blowing on the moon. So the flag really shouldn't be moving because you're in space, there's no wind. But what we're actually seeing is the astronauts are twisting the flagpole. So that's why you see some movement in the flag. Then the other thing is the footprints don't match. So people have analysed the spacesuit boot of sorry, people have analysed the spacesuit boot of Neil Armstrong and looked at the footprint, and it doesn't match the footprint that they have seen on the moon.
Why is that then?
It's actually Buzz Aldrin's footprint. So it's a different footprint. The next one is you can't see any stars in the picture. And the thought there was, oh, it'd be too difficult to fake the stars because then astronomers would know it's not actually on the moon. But the issue is stars, I don't know if you've ever tried to photograph the night sky before on, like, your phone or anything.
It never comes out.
It never comes out. It was also during lunar daytimes. The moon was super bright.
That's reflecting the sun.
Exactly. So it means that the brightness of the moon was just drowning out the brightness of the stars. The last one that you see a lot is that Buzz Aldrin himself said it didn't happen. This is actually an out-of-context interview from 2015. He gives an answer, and it's essentially been chopped up to make it look like he's saying we've never been to the moon.
So, Natalia, let's get into some of the evidence that it did happen. I mentioned lunar rock. What other evidence is there for this?
Right, so I do want to touch on the lunar rock conspiracy theory, since that's one of the pillars, one of the main kind of arguments that conspiracy theorists have used. And the claim here is that they're basically fake. They're quote-unquote Earth rocks or meteorites. And that has been, again, debunked. Why? Because these lunar rocks cannot be replicated. They were created under very specific conditions. They don't contain any water. They've been exposed to extreme cosmic radiation. They show impact features, which basically means that the way they're formed is a reflection of them being in a very low gravity environment, existing in a vacuum, so no oxygen, atmosphere-free environments, kind of like the fancy word. But these rocks have been examined by not just NASA, but also scientists in Japan, in the UK, in France, in Germany. These scientists really have no stake here. I mean, they have no reason to kind of back up NASA. So they are real. They've been proven to be real. Also, there are mirrors on the moon, which I just recently discovered, that were placed there during several missions, which you can actually kind of reflect things off of. It's kind of a proof that when you reflect something off of those mirrors and it bounces back, that they're actually there. The satellite imagery that goes along with that shows the moon landing locations. There are craters. There is actual physical evidence that we've brought back with us. So that's, pretty good proof that we've actually gone to the moon 6 times. U.S. astronauts went to the moon 6 times. I should specify that.
Yeah. So we heard from Natalia all of that evidence, right? Especially the rock.
We can't forget about the rock.
You can't forget about the rock. So why do some people find this so hard to believe?
I think there's a couple factors here. So the first is, it's the moon, right? It feels so out of reach for so many of us. I think there's this whole idea that, as I mean, humanity or the US can't solve sometimes the most basic problems. How could they send people to the moon? I think there's also this idea of, it was a competition with the Russians during the Cold War. So I think a lot of people kind of like the narrative that Americans had to make up that they got there in order to seem like they won the space race. But it is important to note that the Russians have acknowledged the US did land there first. So that's another piece of evidence. I think there's also this kind of idea that this mission was like such a genuine leap for humanity. It involved thousands of people, billions of dollars of budget. And I think people would just find that very difficult to believe that humanity could work together so solidly.
Yeah, we hear it all the time, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't solve hunger, homelessness, all of these very, very earthling problems. And this, you guys have both said that these conspiracy theories have been around since 1969, since the first mission, pretty much. People have doubted, and then there was this sense of a lack of trust in institutions, which reminds me a little bit of the environment that we're living in now. And is that why we're seeing a resurgence of these conspiracy theories among younger people?
Yeah, well, we're certainly seeing a huge resurgence. I think there was a survey a couple of years ago that found that moon landing hoaxism was most common amongst young people. So more young people believe that this was faked than any other generation.
When we say young people, what kind of ages are we talking?
Yeah, so 18 to 24-year-olds, but also the group of 24 to 35-year-olds, it was also quite high.
And social media presumably helping that, because it just lets these things spread like wildfire.
Exactly. I think there's a couple factors. The first is it's not in our living memory. Yeah. And it's also not in a lot of our parents' living memory. So it's quite a far way away. Yes, I think social media has a factor to play. As I mentioned earlier, the idea that you can clip up clips and make evidence out of nothing, and that goes viral on social media. I think there's also like an aspect of our generation and younger generations being like the hot take generation. There's no hotter take than a conspiracy theory. It's an exciting thing to tell people, and it's an exciting opinion to have, and it's an exciting opinion to share online. Therefore, it just spreads more and more.
Conspiracy theories in the United States, it's more than just an interesting talking point. It's part kind of the culture. Is very much part of modern American history. So it's a talking point at, parties, among friends, like what's the craziest, wackiest conspiracy theory that you believe? And the interest isn't really in whether or not it's true. It's just kind of a form of entertainment.
Guys, thank you both so much for joining me on this episode. It's been great having you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
That's it from us. I'm Hannah Gelbart. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service, and we'll see you next time.
This is the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Protests supposed for Iran because of inflation will go up. And now, people they call make them end the rule of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The 86-year-old leader talks say the protesters na vandals, where they try please US president, and one say the Islamic Republic no go back down. Khamenei done it for the top job for Iran since 1989, and na the only second Supreme Leader since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. As head of state and commander of the military, which include the powerful Revolutionary Guard, he fit veto any policy and choose people who go contest election. Then born Khamenei for 1939. He learned Quran well and started to do politics against the Shah, the monarchy where them overthrew for the Islamic Revolution. He been faced plenty arrest and torture. After the revolution, he become leader for Tehran Friday prayers. Later president, then supreme leader after Ayatollah Khomeini died. Them talk say he dey live simple life, but him family gets power. Him son Mujtaba na big man for him inner circle, and some people they see him as possible successor. The other sons, Mustafa, Masood, Laysan, and him daughters, Bushra and Hoda, not to the public eye, but them still they well connected for politics and cleric world. As unrest they grow for Iran, Khamenei rule we don't last for decades, and the power of him family still they important for the country politics. Enter bbcpidgin.com for more story and follow us on all our social media platforms, including our WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
For years, the fashion industry has had a hold on telling us what the ideal body type is. Think of the hourglass figure of Marilyn Monroe right through to the skinny supermodels of the 90s. For many of us, that perfect body type, whatever perfect is pretty unattainable. And now we're in the era of weight loss drugs. We know there's been a rise in the use of them. So it's created this conversation, is that super skinny figure and look back in trend now? And more importantly, what impact is that having on you mentally too? We can't help but compare ourselves to what we're told is ideal. That's what we're chatting about in today's episode. I'm Ikra Farouk, and this is What's in the World from the BBC World Service. Okay, so let's get into it. I'm here with Imogen James from the What in the World team. Hey, Imogen.
Hey, thanks for having me.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Now we're talking about being super skinny, especially skinny, slim build. What do we mean when we say that, though?
Yeah, so obviously there's all shapes and sizes. But when we're talking about this, looking at the fashion industry in particular and women's bodies, I want to sort of define this weight so it's a bit easier for us to talk about. So in the fashion industry, the typical thin model that you would see on the catwalks, that is called the straight size. For a size reference, obviously there's not one standardized size across the world. So I'm going to talk about the UK just because that's where we are. A supermodel or a model is on average between a UK size 4 and 8. So that's a 24-inch waist, which is very small. But the average UK size of women is actually a UK 16. So it's a 10-inch difference. So it's not very representative of the population. And the other thing you have to think about is the height difference as well. Models are normally at least 5'9", whereas the average height is in the UK is 5'3". You know, if you're a bit shorter and you're perhaps the same weight as a supermodel, you're going to show that weight in a different way. So we're constantly seeing these really tall, thin models that are either naturally skinny or behind them have really strict diets and really strict workout plans, and it's not obtainable. And that's the worry, is that it's going to push people into unhealthy habits to try and look a way that they're not naturally built to look.
And do you think there's more of these super skinnier models around now?
So it's not necessarily that we're seeing more skinny models, it's that we're seeing less larger models and less diversity in the modelling scene. So I've been using some numbers from the Vogue Business Report. So they've looked into all of the Spring/Summer 26 fashion shows from this year, and they've looked at the sort of diversity in the models that they used. So out of the 9,038 looks presented across 198 shows and presentations, 97.1% of these were the straight size, that's that thin model size. Only 2% were mid-size, and less than 1% were plus size. So, you know, there's barely any representation there for plus size models. In comparison to last year, this season's mid-size representation is halved. In Milan, only 4 brands included non-straight size models. Last season it was 8, so that's halved. And New York, which has 70 plus size models in 2023, has 23 this year. So that's gone down a huge amount.
The beauty industry really does set the standard for a lot of other sections of society. I know you've been speaking to a model about this as well, right?
Yeah. So I actually spoke to Caroline Bjornelykke. She's a Norwegian model. She told me a bit about what her journey's been like in the fashion industry.
For me, it reached a breaking point when I went to Tokyo to work, and they were not happy with my size. They thought that I needed to be skinnier, so they put me on a very hard diet, and I had to work out twice a day, and I had to come into the agency twice a day to weigh myself. And at that point, I was 18, and I was so skinny that I hadn't even got my period. So I just decided that this is enough. I'm going home and letting my body find its natural size. And after that, I came back as a curve model. I think I got the most work when I was very skinny, and now that I'm curve, I also get a lot of work, but the size in between there's almost no work. So in modeling, you have to really fit one category to be able to work. I think the standard size has been the same always, but I think a difference now is that they don't openly body shame you as much. When I was younger, they used to just tell you straight, you are fat, you need to lose weight. But I've heard that now they're saying things we need to get you in shape, which basically means going from very skinny to extremely skinny. So I think the pressure is the same, they just hide it better now.
So she seems to think that the skinny trend never really left us. It's always been there. I think it's important to talk about why in all of this. why are we seeing the return? Is it just a case of it being a trend, or what do you think?
Yeah, so I think there's quite a few reasons for this. There's the real cyclical nature of the fashion industry. Right now, what's been really trendy for the last few years is like Y2K fashion, 2000s. I'm thinking like low-rise jeans, tiny tops. It's all very small.
Mm-hmm.
And when people are reaching for these 90s aesthetics, they're looking at reference pictures from the 90s and 2000s. And that is when we had that really skinny aesthetic. And all of these women, they were really gaunt. You would see on the catwalk, it wasn't unusual to see like very gaunt figures, bones jutting out. People would even like put dark eye makeup on, so it looked like they were tired and sleep deprived and skinny. So this was a really big time for idolizing really underweight people in an unhealthy way. I think that's the key point. It was unhealthy. So people are seeing pictures of people in low-rise jeans, they're tiny, their stomachs are flat, and they're thinking, this is how I need to look good. That's how these clothes are supposed to look on a body. Another big side of this is social media and influencers. So, when I scroll through my For You page, for example, I see a lot of these gorgeous young women, but they're all running around in bikinis and tiny clothes, and they're very thin. And this can have a really negative impact because it can make people think that they have to look a certain way, and that can make them have unhealthy habits to lose weight.
I guess the other side to all of this is we live in the era of weight loss drugs, the rise of weight loss drugs. We know they're really prominent in our society at the moment. What role do they play in all of this trend, skinny trend?
Yeah, the issue with these is they're made for people who need them, and some people are now using them who didn't need them. They don't need them. They're just trying to lose weight, which again speaks to this pressure of this real culture right now that you need to be skinny to look good and to be the beauty standard. And I think it's especially disappointing for people and young women when they see people they idolize for perhaps making a name of themselves, for being a curvy model, now losing weight. The other thing about weight loss drugs is because they're so new, we don't really know the long-term side effects of them. So people that are taking these, down the line, when they don't really need to take them, could be facing some health implications. And in the short term, pharmacists and doctors have been warning about short-term side effects. So these can include things like nausea, bloating, and vomiting as well.
I guess the running theme for all of this is how trends like these can make us feel, like the mental health impact. What would you say about that?
Yeah, so definitely it can be damaging to your mental health if you're constantly being shown this certain unattainable body type that, is healthy for some people, but if you're forcing it upon yourself, that's not healthy. The worry is that it's making people an unhealthy weight and they're becoming underweight. And when you're underweight, that can cause some serious side effects. You can become dizzy, you can feel cold all the time, you can have low bone density, hair loss, and it can even affect your fertility and your periods.
Gosh, yeah. I know trends are pretty unpredictable. What do you make of this skinny trend, super skinny trend? Do you think it'll stick around? What do you think?
I think, luckily, no. It's all a cycle. It's all a big cycle. The fashion industry trends, it goes round and around. The best thing we can do is just support all women, tell them they're all beautiful. And the great thing is, you can find this diversity still in places if you look for it. There are still people on the internet sharing how their bodies really look in different sizes. And there's still fashion models being used. There's still catwalks and brands using plus-size models and mid-size models. So it's out there if you look for it.
Thank you so much for coming on and explaining all of that.
Thank you.
And if any of the things we've spoken about today you might struggle with or have really affected you, remember you can reach out to a doctor as well. I'm Ikra Farouk. Thank you for listening to What in the World from the BBC World Service. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
a romantic. Kill me. When she see my shotgun, just foolish. She know. She calling me a bonafide owner. She never seen the slick danger. Never been with an African soldier. She pray me can never friend sooner. She say give me that vibe. I forget put it from me, but I can do now. I say I'm coming. I'm on my way. I give her like I'm on my leo. It's nothing. My car or deal. Pull up again is hard.
projects.